Hello and welcome to the second day of the Cards Spring Tournament. I am Bear Gardner. I am joined by the magnificent Innocent Bubbles, and we are going to be into the final four today. So yesterday we did the final eight, as is always the way with this tournament, and we are going to crown the spring champion today. We've got a lineup of four fantastic players who made it through yesterday. So we have, as you can see from the bracket on the board, we have Hachiman, 707, DHH, sorry, DHS, that's a British thing, and 259 have made it through in what was a very interesting set of matches yesterday, and are going to go head to head to bring us to obviously our finals, but also our bronze final match. So we'll have a total of four matches for you today. Four sets of great players going against each other. Bubbles, you excited for today? I'm certainly, after yesterday, think we might see some very interesting play.
Yeah, I mean, there's some very interesting decks as well left in the pool. Obviously, there's that T34 tribal deck, which I think is what I'm most excited for. But there's also some of this Japan USA and USA Japan loitering about, which has it's either been really, really good or really struggling, depending on the matchup. And I'm excited to see a little bit more of this in the competitive scene and just to see how our players interact with this deck in today's games.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's one of those decks, isn't it, that you look at it and it's just sometimes the matchup is so strong and so important in the way that it performs. And I think how much our players are conscious of that is that maybe going to make them think differently about ban strategies as well, because obviously I know a lot of people coming into this were sort of expecting, as we've seen in previous tournaments, maybe it is just always ban Brit because of the buffs lists being strong, but that's been much less the case. Buffs, of course, still very present. Not going to say it isn't, but what's been interesting is that we've seen a lot of other variety around it, from some control stuff, as you say, T34 tribal, some attempts at the buffs deck itself. To me, I don't know whether it's just me, but starting to look a lot more mid-range than its original incarnation. Starting to lean more into kind of a later game finish rather than just going for that high variance kind of gamble for the early buffs, which
No,
I think
yeah,
is pretty interesting.
it's definitely something we've seen the deck doing. It's been slowing down more and more, but it's not been getting much weaker. Some would even argue that it's been getting slightly stronger. And this is something we actually saw in the past with Brit Air. Brit Air was a very aggressive and forward facing deck. And it was very powerful, it was very meta, but it was very much all in on these early air units. And then we saw some of the cards change, some of the cards reworked, and Brit Air slowed down to adapt. And it ended up actually showing us a stronger version of the same deck that people hadn't really been experimenting with because there was already an established version to play. And we've seen a somewhat similar thing with buffs. People have been forced to adapt because of card changes and reworks, and then they've sort of discovered a almost stronger version of the pre-existing deck. It is less explosive, it's less likely to kill you in a single turn, but it what it loses in that, it really gains in some long game consistency, and it can still kill you very, very quickly.
Yeah, 100%. Well, we are definitely going to have an interesting day, and I know we've been speaking about the T34 deck that you've definitely been interested in. So let's take a look at our players. Bubbles, why don't you take us through DHH and his deck lineups?
So DHH, almost 1,000 matches, so a good number with a 66% win rate, so exactly 2-3, and a Swiss record of 2-3. Sorry, 3-2, which is on the lower end for the Swiss record, but it's good enough to get you into the top eight. And once you're there, it doesn't matter how difficult the Swiss was. I think I've also mentioned a couple times that it can actually be beneficial to have a couple defeats in your Swiss rounds because it can really open your eyes to the faults in your decks, but also some of the strengths in other people's, and it can really teach you a valuable lesson going into the top eight. Favorite card being Yank, a bit of a blast from the past there, and then most played Britain. So let's take a look at the deck lists, and if we're lucky, we'll get to see what that British deck is. So the first deck we see is this USA Japan deck. Now, there's been a lot of discussion on Japan USA versus USA Japan, which variant is stronger. I think a lot of people lean towards the Japan main actually being the stronger one, but we see DHH instead bringing the USA main and not bringing any Japan deck. So favoring the US Japan version over the Japan US, and not even considering the Japan version strong enough to bring to the top four. which is very interesting as a couple of their other decks are slightly off meta. We then see this buffs deck. It's a very, very well established deck. I think most players understand how this operates, what it's trying to do. I don't want to spend too much time on this deck. We then have the T34 Destruction Tribal deck. This deck is a lot of fun. We saw it being able to do some very, very fancy footwork yesterday, just getting a board of these 8/8 Fury units, and the game seemed lost at multiple points for this deck, but it was still able to turn things around and end up closing out the match for itself. So very excited to maybe see a little bit more of this deck today. And then we have this Germany-France sort of burn aggressive deck. It's a little bit slower, I would say, than the Italian variant, but we do have cards like Liberation, which offer us some nice longevity. We also have Fortified Position and Sally in here, so we have some strong ways of answering early threats. It's a very interesting deck, and we did see it manage to steal out a game yesterday, going for the lethal with like the Turpits and the Salamander. So I'm excited to see if this deck can steal any more wins for us.
Absolutely. Do bear with me. Sorry, my computer was being incredibly slow, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether it can be effective. And we should be able, I hope, to jump over to DHH's opponent, who is 259, who we're becoming more and more familiar with. Significantly over that 1,000 matches mark. We've got over 1,500 matches and a 66% win rate. Very, very strong. And a good Swiss record at 4-1. Pulling up favourite card, War Machine. Definitely one that I know lots of people have a history with. Most played nation Japan, which is interesting at the minute. We've seen a lot more most played nation Brit, but yeah, he's put in an incredibly strong season. And hopefully we can have a look through the deck lists that he is bringing to try and combat this lineup. So we do have kind of this classic Brit US buffs list. Again, as we mentioned, it is getting a little bit heavier. It's got much more of a top end now. You see a Queen's Own. We've even got the Churchill Avray in there. And obviously we're leaning into King's African Rifles, ideally wanting to target something like the RAF Mustang or the Valentine to get that big kind of mid to late game hit. Then we have this fast Heinz deck, this Jerfin Heinz deck, which is so capable of incredibly explosive turns. It's one of those decks that can go from 0 to 100 miles an hour at such great speed with incredible tempo advantage. Very much wants to see front and homeland on turn 4 so that it can start getting the value out of the cheaper units. Getting everything, obviously front and homeland is going to bring all of those odd costed units down in 1, which means a lot of your units play for free. So look out for some explosive turns if we see that one make the field. Then we go to a sort of a Japan-Germany, and this is, I sort of want to call it Japan-Germany aggro because it does have an aggro leaning, but again, we do see, we have 20 Panzergrenadier, we have the Henschels, we have the Key 61, giving that bigger, heavier top end for those later games, while still wanting the same early pressure that we've always seen from Japan aggro. Really wants to make use of getting hold of the front line and positioning the 106th Infantry regiments on there to punish your opponent for removal. And then we go to the US main version of this US-Japan list. You see kind of a variance of just good value units and buffs in there. Obviously, again, we are seeing another deck that leans into this kind of Yorktown big board effect that you can get with 15th Engineers, which obviously then gets you this huge credit advantage and the ability to really drive the late game, and it's just the rest of the deck is kind of about surviving to get the value. Again, it looks to leverage the 106th Infantry much the same way. It's looking to get them into the front line. So definitely an interesting one to see. But yeah, I think it's going to be close. Bubbles, what do you think about the two lineups against each other? I think we could see some really interesting matchups here.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting watching these two lineups. I think the Soviet deck is going to have a little bit of a difficult time against a
Mhm.
lot of these more aggressive facing decks. I also find it very interesting that neither player really putting value in this Japan USA deck. We see one player not bringing any Japan main, and the other player bringing Japan Germany, which was the more traditional way to play Jaggro, but it was pushed aside a little bit for this sort of USA variant, which is a little
Yeah.
bit slower. So very interesting to see that. And then I think a lot of this is going to come down to what decks are being targeted with bans. I think if you are DHH, you're just trying to ban a deck to make it so that your Soviet deck can win any game. You want to get rid of one of these deadly decks, maybe the Brit one, and
Yeah.
then if you're 259, I think again Brit is the way to ban. I do expect those will be the targeted decks. Otherwise, it does feel like a little bit of a free win for one of these players.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think ABB may very well be what we see, that classic always ban Brett, and obviously, as soon as we have the bans in, we'll get those on screen. But yeah, I mean, I would. Oh, there we are. Like magic from the production team, and as if we were psychic. Yeah, so both players, I think, neither of us surprised Bubbles choosing to ban the Brit decks, which I think just makes sense given the lineups.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with this. And looking at these three decks left over, if I'm DHH, I'm just asking what is my Soviet deck best matched against? And do you just wait until last? Do you try and get a win on your USA deck, on your Germany deck, and then just try and shoehorn your Soviet deck into every possible matchup? Or do you try and snipe something? If you think that, okay, I might be good against this USA deck with my Soviet deck, then maybe I try and snipe this if I can predict when 259 is going to be bringing it. So there's a lot at play here. And this is one of the things I personally always struggled with, was the psychology of bringing which decks when. It was always very difficult, I found. So it's going to be very interesting to see if our players are able to crack the code, as it's a surprisingly difficult code to crack.
It really is, and we'll certainly, when we see the opening, it will be there. And over the years, I mean, over many years now, in different card games, I've known so many people with different conquest format ban theories. Some people already have it mapped out on paper, and they're locked, and they know what they're going to do. Others like to go by feels. In this case, we're going to see Japan. So we see 259 bringing his Japan deck, and it's going to line up against this Germany France deck. So, not seeing the Soviet deck early, which suggests we might see the plan being, as you suggested, to kind of try and get early wins and then let the Soviet deck be that last win that you can just push into matchups. I mean, no guarantee, but that would be my instinct. Would either you're going to see the Soviet deck first or the Soviet deck last.
So this is a very interesting matchup. The German deck doesn't have a huge amount of board control, but it does have healing as also a lot of burn, so it can potentially race the Jaggro deck. However, without much board presence and board control, Jaggro can very quickly run away with the game. We see a
Yeah,
good start here for DHH, being able to counter this Type 94 quite well with this fighter.
yeah, definitely. And like in this particular matchup, the one of the things that will be a factor once they're played is the value of disruption that you can get from the liberations, those resistances, and when they trigger, going against a deck that is going to be racing at your HQ when, as you say, you don't have much board presence, is going to be critical. It's not just for the healing, but for whether you can get some more value out of the actual disruption effect on your opponent's tempo and play. But like, we're getting an early expansion, which is always what you want to see when you're playing a Japan aggro deck. You really want to get that early expansion. And
In the AA gun, it has a lot of reach. It's able to hit the backline very
yeah,
effectively, but it also shuts down a lot of tools for DHH. They have a lot of air units in the deck. They've got the Heinzel, they've got the Dornair, and we see both of these in the hand, and it makes both of these a lot more awkward to play.
very much
Just
so.
gonna go for
Definitely.
the Liberation, get a little bit of HQ buffer going.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to come down to some very fine margins in play, I think, in some places. And I think I'm fascinated to see whether we're going to get a kind of very quick presence from this Japan aggro deck. It's in a good place at the moment, I think. But
I
you're
mean, I'd
always,
be tempted just to go full phase here, drop the triple
yeah,
Type 93 and just start beating down the HQ as quickly as possible. It's going to be very difficult for DHH to do much about this with all these units on board. There is one crossfire available in DHH's deck, and there's not a massive chance that he has it at the moment. So I would be very tempted to cash in as much damage as possible. Going to play it
yeah,
slightly
just
slower, slightly more conservative.
yeah. I was gonna say. I mean, I'm sort of with you. It's almost like just making hay while the sun shines, just going hard for HQ while you can. But starting to see some unit presence now, which I think is gonna have to be used, obviously, to trade out these threats.
I really
Have to.
want to see one of these suppressions coming down on this artillery. I think it's important to do that and sacrifice the card draw just to make sure it's possible to play one of your air units. Obviously, you don't have to do it this turn. There's no rush to do it, as you can do it on a later turn with no downside. But I do think it's going to be important to get this Dornaire down on board and start triggering its activated ability of credits plus card draw every single turn. Now with
100%, and
the
obviously with the two Type 93s down now as well, that artillery is threatening 5 damage a turn.
It's a lot of damage, and both liberations used already, but still down to 10 HP.
Yeah,
So
still on
DHH
a
really starting to feel the burn.
yeah on a 2 turn clock already. And just you've got to. I agree with you. You have to answer the artillery and
Instead,
dropping,
gonna opt to potentially lose the bomber and
but
and
get the draw.
prioritize this suppression draw. I mean, you do have the active front and homeland, so there's a lot of cards you can potentially find to combat this board. I think a buzz bomb would be quite nice right now, as it's able to remove one of these units. Honor and Loyalty, pretty good find, as you are now able to trigger this effect, draw 3 cards, as well as get 2 credits back. Not going to find many strong options.
I was going to say, it's not the 3 cards you wanted to see, but Sally, with its versatility, again, Sally, such a potent card with versatility, will just outright destroy artillery.
Now, both of these Type 93s are now suppressed. However, with this combined arms and this
God.
35T, it might just be enough to end the game despite the lack of bonus attack damage.
Absolutely, yeah. It may just be that there's just enough value in hand. I have to say, DHH, even with Front and Homeland, has been really suffering with not drawing any of those now discounted 1 cost units that were going to be so crucial.
Yeah, I mean, really, you want to be playing your Turpits this turn to
Yeah,
prevent the 35T from hand, but you just don't have the breathing space to be able to do this, and your credit count is too awkward to allow you to get away with this. I expect the Heinz will have to come out and fight this infantry in the front line. This allows you to then play your suppression as well to trigger some draw and try and find something more useful, but you do expect to be taking a significant chunk of damage, and you're going to need to close out this game relatively soon.
yeah,
Now, the question for me is, do we play the 4K Heinschel or do we play the 5K Heinschel? I think I prefer the 5K, as there's
yeah.
unlikely to be much we can do with these credits.
Yeah, I don't think that you were going to save enough credit there for it to be worth playing the 4K, and that extra credit could come in very, very useful later.
And
Assuming there is, of course, a later, and that is the big risk against this deck.
Resistance, a nice find as it triggers the lightning strike. However, there is still the issue of your HQ, and
Yeah.
a lot of damage is coming in. There's a 20 Panzer Grenadier as well. So DHH is going to have to play this Turpit, or else they will be dying.
Yeah, you have to feel the instinct, and absolutely.
But this game is getting close to lethal as well.
Yeah,
It's really not that far off. In fact, Dornair pays for itself. We can go Dornair into Hipper into Turpits.
yeah, that's a good
It it
strong line, I think. And I think
it, it really is.
it's probably the line we're going to see.
Also
And
potential for the FW Yag Bomber instead of the Hipper. This gives your opponent an extra card in hand for the Kriegsmarine, but it also gives you this 5-attack fighter to try and close out the game.
yeah, he's going to go for the Yagged Bomber play, which makes sense. And then, as we expected, Turpits Now that is a big swing on that turn.
There are tools available here to buy some time. There you go. You see the overpower. There's also that surprise attack on the left side of the hand, so you can pin down one of these air units.
Going to suppress as well to stop the extra damage to ground targets, which of course includes HQ.
Kriegsmarine, only 5 damage, so that suppression actually keeping them alive. At 5 would have been lethal with the +2 damage from the attack from the fighter, so not able to close out the game specifically because of that suppression. Otherwise, they would have had this one.
Yeah, very clinically playing to his outs, just playing for survival, which is the only thing that you can do at the minute. And I think
Now,
both players, to a certain extent, are can I survive long enough to find the win?
I believe this is likely to be game. You have to go for the honor and loyalty to try and find something to keep you alive, as simply going for the Kriegsmarine will not produce any results. You'll just die anyway. So, gonna try and find something useful. Finds a buzz bomb, which is going to be a free pit of cycle as well as burn to the HQ.
Fortified position gives the retreat.
Looks like they're going to try and fight their way out of this, but as we know, that KI-61 and Panzer Grenadier, they're not going to be able to claw their way out of this. Unfortunately for them, that will be closing out the game. Oh, resistance! If that had drawn a second resistance, that could have been really bad.
Yeah. Well, as it is, yeah, just straight down, and away we go. Very close, closer perhaps than it
Very
looked at
close.
times.
This Germany-France deck has been surprisingly consistent at its reach and ability to steal games. It very almost stole that. If we hadn't have seen that suppression coming out, that would have been lethal for the German deck. So a surprising amount of consistency, but I think an expected win for the Jaguar deck to pick up there. And now we see Germany, Heinz, and USA, Japan left over for 259. DHH still has all of their options.
Yeah, and I think it was definitely. I think the favored deck did win that matchup. I think the Japan deck was probably favored into that game. And now we're going to see. We're gonna go. We have Germany versus US. So 259. Gonna bring the Jerfin Heinz deck with that incredibly explosive turn potential against this kind of US honestly much slower in function deck. So it's going to be interesting. If 259 can find the tools, I feel like maybe favored into this matchup. But this is also really a question of what your opening hand looks like. I mean, it's a full ship for DHH, right?
I'd be considering the for freedom, but in general, I think yeah, you need to find these early aggressive units, and it's going to be very important to occupy and capture the front line.
Definitely. The front line is again going to be pivotal in this.
And we see a good hand here for 259. There's a lot of gas available here, especially around this turn 4 to turn 5 mark.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
We potentially could see the Greif come out this turn. If you go for the Greif, that allows you to move up and take the trade, and it also means that you can play the Panzer next turn to buff the Greif. So I wouldn't hate it. With DHH on 2 credits, there's not too many options available in the deck to actually counter the Greif. So I'm leaning towards saying that playing the Greif is the correct move considering the information we have. Obviously, the 259 doesn't have the same information as us.
Yeah, choosing to go for a slightly more conservative line and get the draw, which I do understand, although part of me I think part of the decision making there is you are looking at that shock unit that trades so well, and it does make you slightly less inclined to want that push up. Lotta's
Rod
interesting.
is a good
Yeah.
find. I'm very keen now on. Oh, I don't like this Panzer III.
No. Oh, okay. I mean,
You're just going to
obviously,
lose your unit though. This shock attack is now
yeah.
able to trade into either of these. It's a very peculiar play from my perspective.
Yeah, again, my usual disclaimer, obviously neither of us are competing in this tournament, but honestly, I don't like that play.
No,
Um,
I can't say I do either. And now
I
the
think,
question is, yeah, just go for the Sullivans.
yeah, because now you're punishing the so heavily. Um, so
Good finds here.
if you're 259 in an ideal world, you really want turn 4 to be front and homeland. But is this that ideal world? And
You could
that's
also, though, you can play the Fallschmäger,
yeah,
reduce the cost of the Greif, use the Fallschmäger to trade into this unit in the front line, and then push up both of these and hit phase for 8. And
yeah.
I'd be very tempted to cash in on that damage while you have the opportunity.
Yeah,
I'm just
again,
going to go for the front and homeland.
he's going with the essentially the core of the way the deck is intended, I guess, to be played. But I tend to think the line as you're outlining it would have been. Again, we have better knowledge of what's in hand, but even with just what you see on board, I think a more aggressive line probably would have been
Just
advisable.
I'm very concerned that without finding one of the enigmas in the deck, that you don't have the card power to take advantage of this front and homeland. It's going to be a very slow payoff at this rate, and it just doesn't seem likely that you can win the game playing this slowly. It seems very likely that DHH will slowly batter you down. So,
It does feel
you know,
like it, yeah. It feels like that is likely to be the way that this will go, and it is one of the things. As I've said, I find this deck tricky to play myself, and I think sometimes turn 4 front and homeland, as much as it feels like it should be the right play, isn't. And there's a lot of threat here. If you're 259, you really want to find a way to stop this buffed 106 from getting into the front line. But this is a very Hipper is such an expensive way to, and you're only slowing it down.
I think in regards to this front and homeland, it is obviously important to play it as soon as possible, but you need a plan for what's happening once you've played it. You can't just play it with the hopes that it will figure itself out. As
Yeah,
it's very much a do nothing now, get something later.
and yeah, what you really want is you want draw in hand when you play it. You want to know that you can start cycling your deck and getting to the targets. And I think what's interesting here is DHH is just continuing to deny that front line and keep the pressure up and make this
Or
whole
if
thing.
you go for the Lotus Svard here, you can actually double trade, which is
Yeah, which I think
quite
is
appealing.
yeah, I think it's the play you want, isn't it? Because you get that double trade and you can start actually getting off the back foot finally.
And you can also push up the tank and just
Yeah.
continue trading away.
You can get 2 units in the front line here, and obviously picks up the new KFC truck.
I mean, if you find an enigma, this game changes
Yeah,
on the spot.
huge, isn't
We
it?
see a second 77th available, so DHH still has plenty of strong options to combat this board. We also see a Calliope along with the 106. You can potentially just go for the Calliope into 106. I
Yeah.
do think I prefer the 77th trade, but it'll be interesting to see how DHH wants to do this, as you do waste a credit if you go for the 77th.
Yeah, I think the credit efficiency it says that this is the play,
Oh,
but
not a good hit. You
yeah,
wanted at least one of
unfortunately,
those to
that's
hit the Panzer.
yeah, that's the RNG you didn't want. And one of the reasons that I think I probably would have preferred the awkward credit turn is that I'm more in control playing the 77th. I know that I can make the trade.
Exactly, you know what's going where, and you're just
So with breakthrough here, removing the artillery, this is a lot of pressure.
I do feel like this Greif is being held back for too long. I get
Yeah,
that there's no real payoff for playing it right now, but it's still a tank. It's still a 1/1 tank, and we're on
yeah, it's
7
still a
credits with front and homeland active. I don't think we desperately need the credit reduction to be saved for a future point in time.
no,
Now we
and you
can
have to
see
find so much draw to leverage it, right? I mean, this is the thing, is what's happening here for 259 is something that does happen with this deck, is if you don't find your draw, this deck can stall out hard, and this is not what 259 wanted to see.
I want to see DHH dumping their hand as quickly as
It's
possible to
possible, yeah.
nullify the effect of the Enigma. Because if I'm
Yep.
DHH, I'm looking at this. How do I lose this match? I lose it to an Enigma, so I need to dump hand as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. If you're DHH now, you're thinking, right, can I play as much as possible? I want to play the rest of this game with no more than 1 or 2 cards in hand, if not
Yeah,
none.
just completely nullify the downside of that enigma.
Yeah, because it is the only that is the only out that 259 has left here. Unfortunately, is to find draw at the right time. Because without cycling the deck, there's just nothing. And again, holding back the S. So the KFC truck and the Greif held back, but I don't know what that actually gains. This is that's kind of devastating as well.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
Lotta, yeah,
this has got to be game ending. I don't see any way for 259 to come back into this, even if they find the enigma now. It's too little, too late.
yeah.
And with the 15th engineers in hand for DHH, they're gonna be able to close out the game pretty much immediately.
Yeah, the 15th, if it comes down now, is very, very strong. So what you can push up, I think I'd even be inclined to push up the guard, yeah,
Yeah,
and just drop the
you
15th.
missed out a little bit with the protection, but you just don't need it. You're
Yeah, you
not.
don't need it right now. And look at the stats on board from that 15th, and now the draw comes, and the draw
There is a
just
card
comes.
draw option. We'll see if 259 can buy any time with it.
Okay, Heinz, obviously massive hand refill, which
No,
will happen.
no blitz though. There's
No, that's the
so
thing. Like,
little blitz. There's nothing you can do here.
this is devastating because you not only have you finally found your draw, but once you find it, it's drawing all of the things, yeah, you don't want. That was a deck that really did brick on 259 there completely.
No, it absolutely did, but I do also think there were possible routes that 259 could have taken where the game may have had a different outcome. The real difficulty is you don't know what's on top of your deck. You don't have that hindsight of if I'd been more aggressive, would I have been able to apply enough pressure to stay in the game? Or, it's the kind of thing that only we with this perfect information are able to judge, and it's very difficult when
Absolutely.
you're in that seat and trying to pilot the deck to properly judge.
I'm gonna say psychologically though, I like this from 259. You know this deck is good. You know you trust this deck, and it is powerful, and it is a solid matchup into your opponent's lineup. Yes, it bricked on you last time, but you have to believe that this deck is good for a win. Um, I have to say I like that. I like the moxie of just bringing that Jerfin Hines back down and saying no, we'll run it back because it can't be as bad as it was last time.
We do see the Germany deck here, and finding front and homeland naturally is not what you want. That is
No,
-1 card essentially for 259.
yeah,
DHH having a pretty strong opening hand,
yeah.
and I assume you've got to push, not pushing up the dragoons. I'm not sure what that's trying to play around.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the dragons is being or was being held back for. I know you don't have anything to like buff or do anything it with, but it still stuffs that front line, right?
And it does 1 damage every turn,
Yeah.
and that can really matter. So it's surprising to me to not see it, and to see it moved up on turn 2. I'm a little bit confused at what they were trying to play around with that. And we do see the lightning strike popping
Strike
off,
trigger.
down to 14 HP already. This is very, very quick here. Second dragoons as well as the liberation possible. This is going to be pretty quick here as
Yeah.
DHH's start goes. And now that these resistances, there are only 3 of them, but with the amount of card draw 259 is
I
hoping to
have.
do,
Yeah.
you want to cycle through your deck so quickly that it's highly likely that you come across these.
Yeah, and kind of firing front and homeland again. The necessity of you need to get an explosive turn here, get that front line back, because right now this again looks really, really tough for 259. Speaking of front and homeland, anything you can do. Um, but yeah, this is
I'd I'd like to see the second dragoons played as well.
the
I
second dragons
don't
coming down would be definitely.
I feel like we must be missing something, and I understand now there's the Falschmaker, so there's a punishment, but I still personally
Yeah,
I would have lent into it, and if they have the Falschmaker, they have it.
because now obviously you have the advantage of being able to get the draw off the Jaeger regiment, which is this is
However, you are down to 12 health if you're
Yeah.
259.
Mm.
And could it have potentially been to play around this conquest, holding back a Dragoons? It means you can get more draw for your conquest if you have a 0k infantry in hand.
It's true. I mean, again, I'm very conscious that I'm probably missing something. It's just it's felt just a little bit over conservative at times.
I mean, that's the only. To me, that's the logical reason to hold it back. Now that I see
Yeah.
this conquest, it is for that. We can now see a very explosive turn
Yeah,
here.
this is what this deck will do. It just absolutely flies, and suddenly it's gone from nothing to strong board presence, and now you're looking for an answer.
But there's still Buzz Bomb. You know, there's still the opportunity to end this game pretty much out of nowhere.
Uh,
We see with the Salamander, as well as the suppression, we can also see a lot of trading starting to come out here. Now, the interesting question is, where's the suppression going? I'd be tempted to suppress this tank in the front line. Yeah, as it's highly probable that this will just kill you in a single
yeah,
turn. I think it's a high priority target. And take
yeah.
out the Greif as well as this Fury unit.
I think good trades definitely the way to go. Obviously, seeing
Yeah.
these zero cost units popping into hand is what you want to see from this deck. And again, this illustrates the fact that one thing this deck does not lack is draw.
Maybe a double-edged sword, though, as I expect we'll see some more resistance cards
Instant.
added to deck soon, and you will start to hit these soon, and every point does matter, especially when there's that Bismarck not too far away. The
It's always
question is,
looming, isn't it?
yeah, the question really is, can you afford to wait, or do you have to play the Liberation? Because I think if I can afford to wait, I'd much rather do so.
Yeah, I've just been looking at it, thinking about how I'd want to sequence it out, because I completely agree with you. If I possibly can, I want to hold that liberation and be doing something a bit more proactive.
And I like it. The
I'll,
board is
yeah,
very clogged here.
yeah,
I would have been tempted to play the Heinzel instead of the infantry and fight this Panzer instead. I don't like giving your opponent the opportunity to draw off it again, and I also don't like taking this point of bond damage when the margins could be really, really close this match. So I think I would have preferred the Heinzel to the bounce infantry.
yeah. I think I tend to agree. Again, we'll see how
This
it turns.
crossfire could be pretty massive if you're able to activate this, which you are highly likely with the salamander available. You can salamander this 2-3 and crossfire
Yeah.
clear this whole board. So this crossfire can just completely halt the German advance
So
from
what I'd like to see here, I think honestly, is put the dragons down,
yeah.
trade the salamander, trigger the crossfire. Yeah, we're going to see the line, and this is such an incredibly
I
efficient.
want to see this liberation come out as well, because
Yeah.
259 may want to draw a lot of cards to rebuild.
Chooses instead to push up the second unit. I can see both arguments, but I tend to at 9 HQ. I think I would have wanted to put my liberation down, because this deck can pull 9 damage in a turn.
Interesting to not play both Arados there.
Yeah.
Maybe
Maybe
trying to
believe
save board space, yeah, for this big
Yeah.
Heinz.
he's setting up for the big Heinz play, isn't he? Yeah, which is I get that, and this is very, very tough now.
Getting close to this Bismarck. We're getting real close to this Bismarck. We're one turn off the Bismarck. We're very close to lethal available for DHH. You just need to buy enough time. Now,
I mean,
what I want to
honestly,
see, I want to see the Heinzel fight one of these 4/4s. I want to see
yeah,
the other one get pinned.
yep. And then like you can do that, and I think obviously liberation is there to
Yeah.
give you can sustain. I like Heinz down, take the fight,
Well,
play
you have
liberation.
exactly the right amount of credits to go Heinzel into pin. That's 8 credits.
Yeah,
Sorry, that's 5 credits. Go for the liberation. That gives 8 credits, and then attack with this fighter.
yeah.
And you have the lethal set up next turn.
Yeah, it's the perfect turn. You just want to play it out cleanly. I tend to agree with you. I think it is the line that you want to see, because it just controls the position as effectively as you can.
Interesting. Just fight the one in the front line. Oh, I see.
Yeah,
And then
you've
you
got the
pin
double
the
pin
back
with
line. You
Sally.
clog up
Yeah,
the back line.
super clean play. And
Doesn't go for the Bismarck setup though. Instead, kills the Arado.
yeah,
I would have liked to see. Well, I suppose Bismarck is only 8 damage, so it doesn't
yeah, would have
properly
left
set
him
it
one
up.
off, which I
Yeah.
think is the only reason he chose not to do it.
And
Because
now
obviously,
you have to go for this Hipper. Yes, you get to give another uh activation of this fight, but how do you not go for this Hipper? You cannot afford to take this 6 damage to HQ at the moment. Sure, you could Hipper one of your own units, but that doesn't feel worth it compared to just slowing down DHH a little bit. Go for the Hipper, and then you just have to hope that you get this big draw next turn from the Finns. You know, there's this draw 5 cards could very quickly end the game.
definitely, and I think it is the only out you can play too, because the other cards in your hand are not doing anything for you.
So draw 1 with the Enigma. Has the option to draw another one with this suppression. Gonna go for it.
Yeah, which I think. I mean, I understand why you're not really losing very much.
There's also the risk that it gets taken out, that your Errata gets killed again by this Salamander. But yeah, now going face, and this means next turn you can go face plus Bismarck. No way to close out the game here from 259, so that will be game 2 going to DHH.
Yep, next turn will be
Bismarck plus Salamander, and that leaves DHH with just their
I hate
Soviet
to
deck.
correct you, but it's not. He's 1 credit off.
Oh, because of the Hipper!
Yeah, the Hipper has pushed him back. I hated to step in. I was just making sure I was right before I corrected you. But yeah, he's got
Oh,
the same
yeah, the
problem. He's
Hipper's slowed him down, so now
down.
he needs to make sure that there's no chance of dying here. Double Dornaire. This will trigger card draw plus credits when this Salamander attacks. Finds the suppression, going to be able to reduce the attack and reduce the chances of dying next turn. Plus a lightning strike. This is
That's big.
I mean, but will it matter? The damage, you're either dead this turn or you win next turn. So
Yeah. This is
259 has to try and win this turn. We can see it right here. You got to go for the Panzer 38T and just try and find a way of ending the game. No,
Yeah, I
no
don't.
way you're going for there's a Salamander. You
Yeah,
cannot
you
play
can't trade this. Surely you have to just play the 30. Well, you don't. You want to attack first because your 38 team might draw resistance.
Might draw resistance.
But you don't want to get. You want to be going face. Surely you because
you've seen a lightning strike already. There's only one more left in the deck.
Oh, this could hurt.
I mean, this is it. This is
you just cooked at this point. Suppression doesn't help you.
No, suppression does not help at all.
In fact, it could hurt you, depending on what you draw.
Well, there's some comfort here in seeing that they wouldn't have been able to close out the game anyway. They weren't able to draw into the sufficient cards to end the game. And that should be a Bismarck to...
Bismarck will do what Bismarck does and wrap this up.
So DHH now left with the Soviet deck. They just have to win a single game on this T-34 deck, but that might be more difficult than it sounds. They've got 2 opportunities to do so, but I mean, this German deck, this German Heinz deck is likely just to steamroll the Soviet deck. It is possible, of course, anything can happen, but I think it's going to be heavily favored for this German Heinz deck. And then the USA is a little bit more even. But if USA is able to clog the front line, which is pretty good at doing, then the Soviet deck might once again have a hard time fighting back against it.
Yeah, you've got 2 matchups, one of which I would say you have at best a 20% win chance into. I'm being brutally honest. I think that it is that badly unfavored into the Germany Heinz deck.
It's just a really, really difficult matchup.
But so you're kind of as you pointed out very astutely in the as we were pre-matching this. This is all about you've had to hold the risk of holding back the Soviets. Is that now you just have to get lucky once. So we are going to see the US deck first.
And we
which,
see an interesting hand here from the Soviets. A lot of
yeah,
potential removal, but a lot of it not actually particularly useful. Extended barrage, very, very slow and exposed. Not so
I,
good
I,
against USA.
I would not be shocked to see both players holding on to that, but I think you have to ship the full hand if you're
Yeah.
DHS.
I mean, these exposed are very good in the mid game. So yeah, keeping one of them, I kind of understand, as there's a lot of potential targets like the Tiger Cat, which are really important to take out, but it doesn't help you much early on.
No, not at all. Um, and so this will not be super rapid. We're not going to see massive explosiveness in the early turns here. This US Japan deck is going to want to try and find a way to get control of that front line, because really the key here is to clog it away before the T34 tribal deck can start doing its thing.
And this Kachina coming down, hopefully gives you a nice chunk of HP of your DHH, a lot more room to work, a lot more space.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you know the if you're a tournament level player, you know the kind of the average value of what this is going to draw from your deck, and it will almost always put you in the positive. The worst that can happen is that you'll break even. You would have obviously want to draw something more expensive, ideally with it. The push up here, again, the Cossacks, a card that you get very early in the game, but is still such a good 3/3 body to have, especially in this situation.
And now, slightly awkward of a turn here. I mean, I'd be
It really
tempted
is,
just to
isn't it?
go for this War Machine because there's not much else you can do here. It does also set up the Kelly open to 106 next turn. Also
Yeah,
potentially, I mean, I am interested in getting this Surging Power active as soon as possible. I do think you have to go Calliope and
it's
106 push up
106
your own.
Calliope, surely, yeah, because then you can push up the
Do we
zero
see
or
the duress come out? No, I was very interested in seeing this duress. It means that the heavy armor is no longer active, as well as the destruction effect getting taken out.
so I'm going to
And
see
there's
it
this
slow.
exposed. Got to be Surging Power, surely. No.
We've gone Thunderbolt, which is a very, I want to say, interesting play. I'm not.
I mean, I can see it with the
I mean, it does. You do get to set up
shock
the
you can
trade here
trade.
with the
Yeah.
shock, because it has got smokescreen, that weird combination of smokescreen and shock, which means that this thing is 4 damage to your HQ, but then you can trade it out effectively with no reciprocation from your opponent, which is always good.
Such an awkward turn here for DHH. You probably have to go for the overpower to just push back as much of this as possible. If you're going to go for the overpower, yeah, you need to do it before playing your 106.
Yeah,
Otherwise, it will kill your 106 in the process.
a mistake
But
I have made more than once.
yes, easily done. We do also see this 6k 73rd Infantry in DHH's hand, and this can, I believe, this can activate the destruction effect of suppressed units. So we may even see this come out next turn just to generate an additional card draw, as well as get a big body down on the board. Okay, surely this is the Surging Power turn. No,
Um,
no better time as than
yeah, there's
there's
surely
so
there's no.
little pressure.
Yeah, this is your moment. If you're ever going to get surging power out, this is the moment.
Maybe just strap bombing as well is always so tempting. The on-curve
No.
strap bombing is so tempting.
But yeah, I
Okay,
think
and
we see the surging power, which makes sense. You need to get that value into your deck as soon as possible here.
well,
Because you really don't.
T-34 1942 is a nice find.
It
It does
is.
give you something to do with these credits. It allows you to generate some card draw and get a big body down. Because it was a really awkward turn otherwise for DHH. I really wasn't seeing any favorable lines until they drew this big tank.
Yeah, it was something they very much needed, was a proactive play, and they got it.
I mean, surely now you got to see the strap bombing coming out. It's going to take out 2 units. Oh, it's going to take out 1 unit. It's going to heavily damage another one. You could even go for the strap bombing to set up the 106 next turn.
Yeah, this. I think. Trying to see whether there's another line that I'm missing, but strap bombing does look like the optimal play here. Sullivan's does get you some draw. I don't think. Well, we're believing that Calliope is changing the maths on this conversation.
I mean, it takes out the front line very, very easily, and it's already a 4-5, which is really quite large for an artillery. I
Yeah,
mean,
and
just
you do
getting
then
this
get
down.
you got the awkward push up, so it's not an easy trade.
There's also just the simple fact that DHH is now forced to play in the support line, but there's
Yeah,
the exposed just perfectly killing this artillery.
just
And
doing
yeah,
what it's there to do.
I do wonder if part of the logic here was DHH is forced to play in their support line, so maybe you can get even more units in the support line and just really drive home this strat bombing.
Yeah, I mean it does. If it works, it's fantastic. Because it could put you in a position whereby that strat bombing could become incredible value.
We can also see T34 can trade into the 3-5, and then we can see another trade with the 106 coming out from hand. We can see some very easy trading here from DHH.
Yeah, DHH definitely has some proactive play available right now. Going to bring down the guard.
Oh, this is going to be huge. Oh, this is devastating.
You're playing so deeply into this. That strat bombing now is just so much value.
It's going to wipe the board here from DHH.
You get that one solitary 106 just sort of hanging around. But that was gutting. That's what you want to see strat bombing do.
It is gutting, and with these KI-61s, the game could be over very, very quickly, but we do see this combo that we saw yesterday with the 73rd plus the red banner. So we can see a 73rd, you can go for a red banner now, get the 8-8, double trade with the front line, move up your 1-3, and then next turn you can go for the victory banners combo and end the game. So yes, things are looking bad, but the game can end next turn. Here is the combo once more. You've seen it before. And now this pushes up. Calliope unlikely to get the correct procs here. You can go for it. There's a 1 in 3 chance you can kill this 8-8 this 8-4 this turn. But if you don't get those odds, then you're dead next turn.
Absolutely. It has.
But also, hold on, we can fill the line here with Yorktowns. Calliope into 106th into Yorktown, and we can just fill the front line.
I think is your delay play. I was just looking at that line myself. I think that's where you have to go.
I mean, to me, this really mirrors the game we saw the other day, where pretty much this exact thing was happening. But the only difference here is I just don't see it working out for DHH this time. I don't see it ending in their favor. So you can go for the 106th, and then you can go for this this huge victory banner. But with this 5-6 artillery, I see it not ending well for them.
That 5-6 artillery is also liable to get a lot bigger at the moment. That 15th engineers in hand is starting to loom large.
We also see the issue that the KI-61 plus the artillery can both hit face, and they can just kill you so quickly.
I mean, yeah, it's what, 11 damage to face. Obviously, there's the guard to deal with, but that's not exactly a problem right now. This is a tough position for DHH right now.
You have to go for the combo, though.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have a choice, do you? It's the only thing you can do.
That will put a 12-8 in the front line, which is quite intimidating, but with the KI-61 plus this big artillery, it can just be removed so quickly. And the KI-61 burn putting you even closer to lethal.
Yeah. You can swing this back fairly efficiently because it's key 61 comes down, trades, the artillery fires in, you get the proc.
Yeah. And potentially as well, doesn't even need to use the key that way. You can go for the attack plus the 106 from hand with the one on board. You're able to kill it without using.
It does save you though, You don't have to take the terrible trade, and you get down a 9/9 that spawns a 3/3. This is a lot of stats to deal with,
It
and
really is.
as much
DHH doesn't have the tools to deal with it, right?
no, as much as those units look big, obviously they are 10-4, 10-6. The problem is they're not tanks. They're slow. They're not
They're
fast enough.
way too slow.
You
And
are
even
dead
with
on
like
board.
even with the T-34, there's just too many threats
Yeah,
available here. You could guard up. If you can find a second guard off this Zhukov, you might be able to actually buy some time. But your front line is just getting decimated.
I
I
really
think
don't like the T-34 play here. I think you
I mean, you don't know that there's these KI-61s in hand, so maybe you just have to take the risk. But 15th Engineers is also
this is
there's so many routes for lethal here.
it's so far over at this point. I mean, just unbelievably strong here.
And that was the matchup that we thought the Soviet deck was more favored into. We now see the issue that you have to play against this German deck, and it is possible. We've seen it before, where the Soviet deck just gets a good start with beefy infantry and pushes up the front line. You get like a core sun in the front line. It can be a real issue,
Yep.
but in general, it's very much favored for this German deck.
As I say, unfortunately, I really don't see better than a 1 in 5 win rate into this, and that's not what you want to be going into. It's not impossible, but you're going to have to get some good draw and a lot of good luck because this.
Yeah, I mean, 97th Rifles is a nice option,
I
and
mean,
12th Mechanized is tempting, but really you need these beefy infantry.
yeah, I
Not a
think I like.
bad hand.
Yeah, I like keeping the 97th. Gives you that early protection. It's
Yep.
not a terrible hand.
I mean, 259 also has a pretty good hand as well. I mean, it is nothing special, but with the Enigma available, you can very easily pop off, and it's just about everything you could ask for from your hand. I think you've got to play this 106. You have very little choice but to throw this out. It also prevents 259 moving up and getting a very easy value trade. Considering just
Absolutely.
going exposed, doesn't want to have to deal with that.
I mean, to a
Occupies
certain
the
extent,
front line.
I don't hate that play because there is the potential for
Oh, playing out the Arado, hitting the front and the homeland. That is unfortunate for 259, and finding the second Enigma as well. 259's hand just got a lot worse.
cripplingly so in many ways. You're now looking to top deck your way out of what is basically a bricked hand.
Look at this, suppression will get taken offline. Froschmaker, not good with no other units to reduce
Yeah,
the cost of. Oh, this is such an awkward and the plus side is DHH is going to be playing quite slow. So you do have time to get your front and homeland active and to cycle some cards, but with two Enigmas available in hand, it's I mean it's just very, very slow and DHH is unlikely to amass a large hand anytime soon, so these Enigmas are unlikely to generate much draw. 55 rifles is a powerful find. It's an infantry with good stats, and it will generate additional credits. It's, I mean, the only thing I think you'd be happier with is like a core sun.
you're 259. You really are wondering what this deck has decided to do to you today.
But it's still, we've got the front and homeland active. We're not under
It's true.
that much pressure. You can still win, turn this around very quickly. You can
Oh,
win the game in just a
definitely.
couple
It's
turns.
this deck is the definition of explosive. But I will say, in an ideal world, I really would prefer to see my opponent with less on board and more in hand because I'm so Enigma dependent.
Yeah. Now, for me, the interesting question is, if you're DHH, do you go for this Urals on one of these units just to try and get things rolling? You know you need to play quickly. Now, getting a 4K unit could be very important. No, just going to play it slower.
Yeah. Just gonna
And
bam.
I think that's very much a look into how DHH understands the deck, because it is one of those decks which is quite difficult to know how to play. So knowing when to use these Euro factories, I would expect a very important aspect of the deck.
Yeah,
Now
it's
we see
certainly
this.
a deck that I look at and I'm very nervous about trying to play. It's definitely there's a lot of moving parts.
We could see, yeah. I mean, the ping coming out on that fighter means it's an awkward trade into the HQ. Look at this, Panzer 38T taken down to 0 credits. The
Yeah,
Lotus Guard as well.
this is again, we're going to start to see the potency of just how explosive this deck can be.
But we do see turning points in DHH's hand. So if you get 2 or 3 T-34s down, you can potentially win the game from the support line. Of course, the main issue here is the speed at which you're going to lose the game
Yeah,
just naturally, especially now that there's suppression as well. I'd be very tempted to pop the suppression on either one of these draw guys or maybe even the credit guy.
I think the credit guy is probably my target of choice because those extra credits, if they could come into play very heavily. The T-34 tribal decks do tend to be quite credit heavy. They're
Yeah.
quite expensive.
You could
Um,
also just go for the trade and basically say if you don't have something to do with these credits now, then you're going to lose them.
yeah,
It looks like that may be the option.
that might be the line. Yeah, just use them or waste them. Which I don't dislike this line. It's very aggressive. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. But time running out on 259 here. Time has run out on. Oh, no, he gets the
No, the
draw off.
spectator clock ticks down a little bit quicker than the players does.
Ah, right.
So you'll see it ticking down for us, but not so much. Like for the players, it matches up perfectly. It's the spectator doesn't mean as
Fair
much.
enough. I always worry when I see that. Spectator mode occasionally making us work hard. But
So yeah, if you ever see the clock blinking at 0, don't worry. The game is working as intended for the players. Everything on the player side is operating perfectly.
it's just spectator mode doing its thing.
Oh, look, we now have the Euros with the
We do, but the other
with
thing that the
the
other thing that
Siberian
we
transfer.
I think you kind of want to. If I'm DHH, I want to get some cards out of my hand here.
Yeah, but I'd say I'm tempted. Siberian transfer, turning point, move
Yeah,
up, trade, or even hit face, and then go for the Euro factories.
yep, that's a solid line. We're
It looks
actually
like
going to
gonna
see.
be waiting. I mean, I
Yeah,
guess there's no rush, right?
you don't feel pressured, especially with the control that you're able to put here. Yes, there's the fighter as a threat, but everything else not so much.
And now we do see slightly slow hand here, still from 259.
We do.
Really, you want to find a second tank before this Heinz comes out. I'd like to see this suppression being played on this 106 on the front line.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't like playing the Hind straight away. There's no reason not to get that suppression off on the
Oh,
106 for the
playing the
draw.
support line one instead of the front line one. Very. Oh, I suppose you're trying to increase your opponent's hand size for the Enigma.
Enigma, yeah.
And now there you go. The Panzer III with the
Yeah.
Lotus and the Heinz. This is going to be a huge turn here.
This is massive, and this is the definition of what this deck does. It's just so explosive.
And I
Suddenly,
can't help but wonder if you had a big tank in the front line. You know, would you be in a much stronger position? We see a guard. Guard is a nice option. However,
almost.
you need to dump as much of your hand as possible.
I was going to say it's almost critical, but at the same time, you also desperately want to lower your hand because you know that the odds of your opponent having it's unlikely your opponent's got both Enigma in hand, but you know that your opponent has probably got one Enigma in hand at this point.
Now, you can't trade and Euro factories, which is pretty awkward. You have to do one or the other. And, I mean, it kind of has to be the trade, right?
I mean, otherwise you're just. Yeah, because it's the trade and play the guard, because otherwise you're just dead, right? Sure.
Trade guard, you move up to the front line, and then you're
Yeah.
also not dead on board. I also think you have to play this veteran 12th guards. I don't see what the point in holding it back is. But like the game is ending too quickly for that. Just get units down on the board.
Yeah, I also don't like keeping it because it's another card in hand for Enigma triggers, and now it's like, which flavor of draw do you want to
Prolonged
use?
siege.
Yeah. It
Gonna be an
depends. Which do you like more here? That's the thing. I
I
kind of
like
like
the prolonged siege because your
siege.
opponent's on 7 health and you can
Yeah,
probably end the game this turn. If you find a
yeah.
suppression, then you can just end the game.
And you got Buzz Bomb giving you yet another pull
Yeah.
at trying to draw that suppression that you
Oh,
want to
the
find.
the Panzer 3H is actually a pretty good find because
Yeah.
you're able to use this to give new tanks hits, which is very important. It also, I mean, if you go for this, oh, okay, no, it's just lethal.
Yeah, it's lethal. Yeah.
And there you go. 259 will take the game, and a 5-2 grueling matchup against
Yeah.
DHH. And like we said, the real difficulty was just finding the win on this Soviet deck, which we thought it would be before the series. So things I think panned out pretty much how you expected. And if the DHH was just able to take the game against that USA, then things would have been different.
Absolutely. And kind of a dramatic end, but also again the sheer pace of that Heinz deck showed itself in just huge swing turns, and we did say it from the beginning. The T34 deck was not a favoured matchup into that deck at all. It's very much a nightmare matchup in many ways because it's so fast and so explosive, and you're so dependent on finding a longer game.
But I do think this T34 destruction deck has shown us some real value in it, and I think the main issue we've seen in the deck in this tournament is it's maybe just not quite the right meta for it. Decks are too
Yeah,
quick, it can be quite difficult, but the deck has really put up a good fight, especially going into a meta where you wouldn't expect it to be able to perform well. So I
it's
think in
always
a
nice to see the
slightly, yeah, I think in a slightly
outliers.
slower meta, then this deck could really put in a lot of work and be a very meta and controlling deck, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Well, let's see if we can take a look at the bracket and see the results as we get ready to move along. So as we see, 259 is now thrown into the finals. EHH is not done for the day. Gets the chance to go obviously into the playoff match for the bronze position. So get third place playoff, which will be coming up later. But before that, we will have Hachiman versus 70714, and I am remaining with you, but I'm going to be joined, I believe, by Thanatron, who is going to hop in to join me to replace Bubbles as we move into this new matchup. Thanatron, how are you doing, my friend?
Good. Wonderful morning for some cards action. Ready to crown a spring champion. I almost said September for some reason. I'm getting ahead of myself.
A little bit. I'd be a little worried at the year having disappeared on it, but no, always a pleasure to be in and casting on an event like this. And yeah, definitely our first 5-game set. Yesterday was a lot more kind of rapid and decisive. That was a lot more grueling. Be interesting to see if we see a repeat. Again, we're going to have some interesting lineups with these. Would you be kind enough to take us through Hashiman's player card and decks?
Yeah, absolutely. So we see Hachiman again with the 3-2 Swiss record. So not the strongest Swiss record, but the season to get him to that Swiss extremely strong, a 70% win rate basically on 1,200 games. That's really outstanding stuff. So do not let that Swiss record fool you. That is a very well grinded season and a very well prepared Hachiman. Of course, a Brit player at heart, and maybe even a Brit Pole player down to his core. We do see his favorite Tarnow, but no Polish units in this tournament today, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you feel about such. But first we see what we see is a buffs player, right? Our first two decks are Brit buffs and then US buffs. These decks don't function exactly the same, although they are making use of that extremely statted, well, extremely well texted buffs unit that you can get extremely well statted with just a couple moves from hand. And then moving on, we see a Japan-US deck that can move quite quick, but does have some expensive tools at the end to really pop off a big board. We've seen Yorktown and Engineers be used in conjunction to really pull some nice turns out of the hat for some of our players. And then we have a Soviet-French resistance deck. We've seen this a little bit in this tournament, and certainly some of the resistance cards have popped up to give really inconvenient turns to some of our players here. But we haven't seen someone's day just get completely ruined by resistance yet. We haven't seen somebody just draw resistance, resistance, resistance with like a 3-unit board or something. So really excited to see that big honkin' deck and see how that works out.
Yeah, it's interesting. I will say what's been interesting for me. Obviously, I was noted for doing some videos on this concept earlier on in its arrival in the game with the new resistance. Is that we've seen a dilution of the amount of resistance that is being run. Now people are just running those 2 liberations, which does reduce the chance of that utterly devastating turn where you just draw resistance after resistance after resistance. And this one leaning into the high value that you can get out from the Samoa, and then obviously the draw from the Bloch in a nation that likes the extra draw. Definitely interesting, and hopefully we'll be able to hop across and I will take a look at his opponent, and we will run through their player cards. So 70714 has arrived with just under 1,200 matches, 64% win rate, a very credible 4-1 Swiss round. Most played Britain, which is certainly a thing at the minute, and we see One Roof, a card which is definitely an interesting pick for your favourite card in the game. It's absolutely one of those ones that was polarising for a lot of people, but I'd quite like to see it called out. I'm curious to see how his decks match up, so we'll take a hop across, and we first of all see this. But it's becoming quite familiar at this point. This build of the slightly heavier top-ended Japan-Germany aggro deck, which does perform so well. It's still got plenty of speed. It's just got a little bit of late punch, advantaging in particular the big fighters. The Henschels are very, very potent tools. The rest of it is just built around the classic logic of getting early pressure and putting obviously that awkward 106th into the front line and creating the constant recurring value. Then we have a Brit-US, very, I would say, about as traditional a buffs list as we've seen. Still running Queen Zone at the top end for a bit more heavyweight, but we do see HMS Formidable. We see the expected draw tools, Chain Home, and we are definitely hard into the draw, even running Sunderland to give us some extra draw. So it definitely wants to cycle to its big combos. King's African, obviously, able to target the Valentine and the Mustang, which is a good combo. Frontier Force into any of the Chain Home or HMS Formidable is very potent, and then the early game will, as usual, be driven by the buffs and for freedom for draw or Sullivan's for draw. Then we go to again. This is the US main version of it, but it's evolved from US main buffs to actually kind of finding a way to add the buffs package to this existing Brewster's package. But this is a much shorter Brewster's package. We only see 1 copy of air cover. We're really leaning much more into that late game Yorktown Engineers Big 3 super heavy board wins, while hoping to leverage the potency of the British buffs early on in the game with Frontier Force. I got forward observers for a little bit of AoE. And finally, we see a Germany-Italy burn list. This is, again, just very much about realizing the sheer value that you can get from the 2 copies of RM Roma. You've then got 2 attacking the colonies, plus obviously Kriegsmarine and Bismarck, along with Tirpitz, gives you a huge amount of direct damage to HQ. Arado gives you some kind of options to pull some of those orders out, and obviously you want to see your lightning strike triggered. Not a unit heavy deck, so it can struggle, but definitely interesting to see. And again, I think once again we are seeing 2 lineups, and Thanatron may or may not agree with me, that are going to present some really interesting matchups into each other. There are some matchups here that may or may not be optimal, and definitely going to be interesting to see the ban choices, because I think both players will be reflecting quite carefully on what it is you don't want to deal with from your opponent. If it's you, Thanatron, What are you thinking I would quite like to see banned?
Oof. I don't know. It's definitely tough. I actually really like 707's lineup. My man is not wasting any time. He is here to chew gum and do face damage, and he is quite out of gum. Like it's a triple aggro lineup, and the one that's not aggro is burn. So he is here to do damage. Buffs, the way buffs is sort of morphed and it's sort of more mid-rangey now, right? But like it's still a very aggressive deck, maybe not aggro in the sense of speed, right? But like it's doing a lot of damage, and it certainly can. Whether it's more mid-range or not is a conversation to have, of course. But like its ability to just have won the game by turn 4 is still there. Maybe not as high rolly as it was before, or in some of the more ladder variants of buffs that you see, right? Especially with the way that people play ladder, a little more
Yeah.
obnoxious on purpose, and sometimes just trying to get games done faster, right? If you're on a long
Speaking
grind.
of
So
speaking of getting games done faster, we the games have gone very quickly. The choices, by the way, did flash up for those of you who are watching on screen, but the players eager to get into the match, so we are off and ready.
yeah, we are going to see some early buffs action here with buffs against a US buffs.
Yeah. So just to
Hachiman
recap
getting
for
his
those of you
war machine, which is very nice.
Just to recap for those of you watching, so 070714 chose to ban Hachiman's Brit list, and Hachiman in return banned the US main lists. Just so that we're up, didn't have a chance to catch that, and now we're deep into this kind of immediate moment of probably seeing quite a lot of buffs on the board, if I'm honest.
Yeah, really interesting for Hachi to ban the US list rather than the Brit buffs list. Traditionally, the Brit buffs list generally considered to maybe even be the best list in the game. Certainly the better of the buffs list, but perhaps thinking about some issues he's maybe had in the past with some of these engineer plays, some of these Yorktown plays. So
Yeah.
opting instead to just play a straight up understandable buffs game.
Yeah, which I think it's going to be interesting. Like just the maybe better the devil that you know, the more predictable one. And once again, yeah, we do see obviously a buffs in the front line already up to a 4-3. Starting to see very similar, despite being obviously different main nations, early games from these two decks, which is predictable. Plus, of course, both repping the beautiful revolver on the table.
True, yeah, this is a real Mexican standoff here. Both of our gentlemen sporting some very beautiful hardware.
And just at this point, trying to figure out who it. It kind of comes down to who can find the most efficient answer. Calliope, always good to see. Does answer the buffs. And artillery is definitely useful to see at the moment. So much so that yeah, we are going to see it pinned just to try and allow some chance to regain that advantage in the front line. Sex probably not the thing you most wanted to draw.
Yeah, I gotta think that some of these land girls are gonna come out here shortly. No, instead of opting for getting the buffs down, which does make sense, right? Maybe we can draw into some stuff to buff our buffs next turn. We are already sitting on a Sullivan's, but not a lot of great options for 707. So I expect to start searching for some better options
Yeah, this is I
pretty
think where this
quickly.
this deck is going to start trying to cycle through, trying to find its necessary tools. Because you are correct, the current hand is not favoured for 707. He's not looking at this thinking I feel good about this, but he is looking at it thinking I have plenty of ways of cycling. He's got no lack of draw in hand.
And Hachi again, right? Like chose this matchup very specifically. He banned Brit buffs and then played US buffs. I'm sorry, banned US buffs and played US buffs.
Yeah,
So he seems to think maybe that he has an advantage US buffs over Brit buffs. Maybe that's something that he has developed strategy wise over a lot of grinding, over a lot of games, over a lot of training sessions, or maybe he's just found that the US list is able to go a little wider without losing some of that tempo. And we can kind of see that here
Yeah.
as 707 is maybe finding some buffs, but not finding them at the right pace with his Sullivans, and not necessarily being able to
Uh,
build a big scary board here.
No, and again, he pulls the Sullivans, which is fine, but he's drawing into more draw, and that buffs is eminently removable. It's just 1-2 credit ping from the artillery, and that buffs is gone. I think I do tend to, I think, agree to a certain extent. We didn't get a chance to discuss the bans with Hachiman's strategy, because I do think that in the mirror, the US, well, it's not really a mirror, but in this matchup, the US version of this list does have, if you can just get enough control early, the edge in the mid to late game, because of things like the big three just giving you this. I mean, that's 6-7 artillery. It's like it's just sat there saying, answer me, or you just have no hope.
Right, and I did. This is the play that I was sort of looking at slowly here. Certainly an interesting play. A little early for a big three, but it affords him quite a lot of buffs. I think I would have maybe taken that differently. I believe he had 3 credits left after the big three. I would have liked to see the artillery just take out the Frontier Force and just trade your Frontier Force into their buffs, limiting them to just a backline of infantry while you have, some really nice strong units on board. Instead, opting for more of a economic sort of 2-turn value trade setup. We'll have to
Yeah.
see how that works out for Hachiman.
Yeah, I mean,
giving buffs an extra life here.
yeah, it's the big issue here is that if he can draw, if 707 can draw enough buff cards, which fortunately for Pashiman he hasn't, that there is a hard punish for this. I tend to agree. I think I had the same line in mind that you did, but I mean, thin margins. But honestly, this is so tough, because you're just desperately trying to find an answer to that one single artillery, which is just looming so large.
That's a big boy.
Has the potential to get bigger as well. I mean, being able to cycle another draw and put that up to a what, to be 7-8?
Almost a long time. Bring back
Yeah,
long time.
and just drawn back at an old school card that's never seen a huge amount of play. But yeah, I mean, it's
I've never seen any play poor Tom.
yeah, poor lad, just in the background doing his thing. But I mean, yeah, this is
Tall in spirit.
yeah. I personally quite like the artillery clearing and then playing the air cover to just stuff the front line.
Yeah, I think that affords you quite a bit of space. We know, or I'm sorry, Hachiman knows the chain homes haven't come out yet. We can obviously see 707 is holding on to one, but those chain homes can make the infantry a lot faster than you're used to when you see
Yeah.
infantry on a backline. So, putting some airplanes in that front line to really give you, like you said, that roadblock, that buffer zone. Really interesting how the Brewsters came into the game and immediately were just sort of changed how air worked. It didn't really change how maybe anybody thought about air, right? But it was just so funny to be like, planes are in the front line now, all the time.
Yeah, I think it was what was interesting for me, and I think before I started working at 1939, I called it out in my review of air cover, is just remembering that the only real difference between fighters and infantry is that fighters can attack from the support line. It doesn't mean they have to. And the 2-2 fighters appearing in your front line is just good value. Air cover has always been, for me, just a really good value card. This is starting to look very awkward for 707. Yes, he's got the buffed up. I assume he took the buff on the Mustang, but the rest of his hand is looking really awkward. And Hashiman is holding so much in the way of devastating answers.
Just cannot escape this big old gun.
I mean, I almost love just playing the strap bombing here, right? And then trading something out. Probably you use Middlesex to finish off the King's African and then take 6 damage to HQ. Feels like
Yeah,
an
I think that
unbelievably
is
efficient turn.
Yeah, certainly the play. You get rid of a buffs unit, which is always a nice thing to see.
Yeah.
And of course, that credit gap now widening basically ensures that this game is done.
Yeah. I don't think you need to waste the artillery on this, but I definitely think you want to use the Middlesex to trade out the King's African. He's going face, which I mean the King's African's only got one defense, so it's not doing a lot, right? But I prefer I'm an old school player. I prefer my board tidier.
Yeah, and I would agree as well, just because I think you're not probably changing the math on how many turns are left in the game with that attack.
But you
So
are you're definitely changing the maths for your opponent on what they can
right.
do because it's one less trade that they can. So if anyone's wondering why we're talking about this, this is a tempo thing. The better tempo play, in my humble opinion, would have been to remove the
And
King's
just
African.
the abilities that you're affording your opponent as well,
Yeah.
right?
You're
Finally, the big gun dead.
Yeah, but is it enough? Is it too little, too late? I fear. Well, I guess we're gonna find out.
Got some guards down here that are saving our bacon for the time being. One suppress in hand, so we only need to get through one of these guards. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, we have 3-2-2 in the front line, which is just a little awkward to make six with.
So Hachiman must has to find a way to answer the fighter, the massive
And
Mustang.
is that removal? No, that is.
No, I think he's got to trade the Mustang. Well, I suppose you can put a guard up and. Oh, I still don't.
Yeah,
Again, I
no,
don't
it's
want to
just
be overly critical, but I do not like leaving an 8-1 fighter on the board.
Unity of Strength play.
There's the
We'll
win.
wrap
There we
that
go.
up. Yep, I was just about to go over that card's
Yeah.
alt art. Always a struggle for me. I've
Yeah, I
been a
had
long time
completely.
free to play player, so sometimes seeing some
Yeah.
of the fancy card arts tricks my peasant brain.
Yeah,
But
totally
really nice way to wrap
misidentified
that
that
up.
one. But yeah, I mean, again, it played out that last turn perfectly, and again, we're seeing very clinical plays. Players definitely focused on finding lethal as efficiently as they can, and I think I'm not massively shocked at the outcomes so far. But again, this is a very competitive tournament. We're definitely seeing these players pushing each other. We're going to see are we seeing the Soviet deck is so we're going to see your big long Soviet list, Thanatron, that big trusty boys list.
Yeah, strap in, folks. And I can't speak enough. Obviously, this is still a young set, right? A lot could happen. It's not even implausible that this ends up 3-1 for 707, right? Although
Yeah,
it's not necessarily what I would stake my money or claims on. But just to really pump up Hachi, the way that he is playing the set, the way that he is playing his lineup into his opponent's lineup, the way he is banning with insight on that direct matchup, saying that like buffs is not the list I'm worried about. Maybe even if everybody else is, always ban Brit is not for me. A real testament to not only his strength as a player, but the strength of his strategies. Especially, he's just had a great last 2 years, constant presence in the tournament scene.
yeah, massively. So I mean, I called him out as my pick if I was forced to make a pick to win this today, and a big part of that
Good pick.
is
Ooh, an early
the sheer
formidable.
clinicalness of the way that he plays his decks. He's very strategic. He clearly puts a lot of thought not just into his lineups but also into his opponent's lineups, and that can sometimes be the big difference maker, right? When you have that player who not only has a good grasp on the meta and a good grasp on his own deck, but can look at an open deck list and start really planning out how that tournament's going to play.
707 choosing to go wide here with the double frontier force from the 3 garrisons, obviously getting one from the Middlesex Regiment as well, which is interesting. There was a lot of interesting plays afforded to him there. He could have actually thought about the early frontier force on the, the early formidable on the frontier force in the front line, which would have given him a board clear and a hefty unit in the front line. He could have also maybe done some just like pushing up and drop, but went for again to go extra wide with the second Frontier Force. Just a really interesting call. Queen Zone way too early. Unfortunate draw.
Yeah, massively. I will say Hachiman did just get the dream play for those Soviet main players like myself who like playing this deck and having the Samoa in there, being able to play naval, the naval
Yeah.
infantry to get a free extra Samoa feels so good because
Yeah,
three
that's up there.
Samoa in your deck feels really strong.
Yeah, that's up there with getting an extra little Cobra without having to pay
Yeah.
the death toll. Some
So here
really
comes the big formidable, which is just going to wreak havoc as it always does.
and that's really nice. 707 knowing that like he throws the formidable out. He's got probably a 50-50 chance, 2 out of 4 right to get
Yeah.
targeted on a Samoa. Doesn't need to kill both Samoas, although that would have been nice. Could have just
Yep.
has the silence. I'm sorry, the suppression. But now the third Samoa.
Samoa, yeah.
Garrison's not doing work here.
I was going to say, I mean, one of the things I did like when you were talking about it earlier about 707's choice with playing for
The
these
width, yeah.
garrisons is that this Soviet deck does not have many good answers to that problem. And 3 points of HQ damage a turn adds up very quickly.
Yeah, and we're far from the world where things like Engineers or Road to Berlin
Yeah.
afforded Soviets with the kind of heal that you might not be able to plan for directly, but that you could sort of always rely on your ability to find or play into some heal. It's just really not the case with Soviets anymore. There might be some call to the colonies, and obviously the 2 liberations. I don't think there's any call to the colonies in Hachiman's deck. I think it's just the liberations to provide health.
You are incorrect. Hachiman runs a full set.
Full set of call to the colonies.
Yep.
Never mind.
He's
Should have
got
gone with
full
my
set of,
initial. I just
it's all
hadn't
right.
seen them come up.
Yeah, we've not seen them, but yeah, there's full set, 1 in hand, 2 more in deck, plus the 2 liberations. He's not short of heal, but the problem is it's very expensive heal in a match where he can get pressured very quickly.
Yeah, and it's also stuff that basically only heals, right? I was just kind of going over some of the old methodologies that Soviets had, and it was so that you could kind of play more proactively and heal yourself out of a hole while maintaining proactive play. And
Yeah, it was
that's
the good old
not the
days of
case with Soviets' current healing is or I'm sorry, this French healing that it's afforded is just I gotta punt my turn and just take this HQ health.
whereas it used to be heal and the rest. It's like, would you like a side order with your heal, sir?
Yeah.
Whereas nowadays you kind of just have to take it plain. I mean, you do kind of get the resistance off liberation, but if you're relying, I've said this endlessly, if you're relying on resistance to win the game for you, you're probably not playing it well. The disruption
Oh,
is nice, but it's nowhere near consistent enough to be reliable.
I would have liked to see Hachiman maintain a 2-2 formation against a Brit player as well. That was a really devastating Monty overloading the one side, but not necessarily a mistake that is going to cost him everything, but it could certainly be costly. And I love getting some value off of our giant guards. Queen Zone, probably a good chance here to wipe the buffs off that and send it back.
Yeah, I do agree with you, but I'm sorry, the
Send it
Brit
back
main
to
in me was enjoying that
710.
Monty moment too much from the other side. I'm unashamedly Brit maining so often that I love to see a Monty like that. Just such a devastatingly efficient card.
Doesn't have to take the Queen Zone play here. Can just sort of let the 10-10 stand as the 10-10's not currently a threat to his overall game plan.
I mean,
But
one other thing
you'd
to
think
note here is
this
that if
buffs
you are
unit, he'd like to get more out of it. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
one thing that you are looking at here is you've got 2 King's African rifles in your hand, and you're just waiting to decide what you want to put them on. And I have been known in the past to KAR a Queen Zone, just to put that utterly ridiculous body on the board.
Yeah, it's certainly not the most insane play. Throwing these garrisons up to make sure that the buffs are a good bit harder to target is certainly nice, but the Samuas can take care of 2 of these, but not all 3. So yeah, unless one of these barrages come out.
Thing is, you kind of you want to save those barrages for so many things in this
Right, the
matchup.
6 damage also on a 7 health buff, right? Because the barrage would target the buff, so it's not even a clean removal. But yeah, here we go. We're gonna sacrifice the 1/3.
Yeah.
Extended barrage for 6 damage. It'll go up to 6. We'll just meet it. But then what are we left with, right? We got a big old queen zone in the hand, and then just our KAFs.
Yeah.
And some real small brothers on the board.
Yeah, we're choosing not to remove the buffs, which is interesting. Now, Sunderland is one of those cards we have not seen, or at least I am aware of its use in this deck, but I've rarely seen it in tournament play come out and do its thing, because usually tournament play has tended to end, but in this game, Sunderland could be quite effective. The Queen Zone here is good. It does let you bounce this, and obviously that the key here is that this not only clears the stat boosts, but it also resets the deployment cost. So you're not going to be able to play it super cheap again unless you wait around for a bit. That said, it still does not, if you're 707 right now, I don't think you're necessarily looking at this and feeling fantastic, because your hand is not giving you the options you want to see right now.
Yep, but I do like waiting on turn 9, playing for the double tempo play of not only taking out the big guard, but getting the big 7/7 in the front line. Unfortunately, a second extended barrage is going to make sure that it's not really a problem. So we've got some buffs in the front line, but not really anything to put on them.
No, but I will say, I don't have a deck count in front of me right now, but I will say that the KAR are getting closer and closer to being able to target Valentines, which are going to come out of this deck, and that can be huge. I like 707 being really careful about keeping and husbanding those KAR for just the right kind of tempo plays. You are right, the buffs at the minute really, for once, kind of nothing burgers in the front line, unless you can top deck something to buff them with. They're really just sitting there. So we're going to see Convoy, obviously, I suspect, straight away. Yeah, we're just going to draw to see if we can get an answer. Probably
Might
not.
even draw again here. Chain home,
Yeah.
not a bad pickup.
Chain home's okay. You'd like to see something better. Double chain home now. I mean,
5/5 Kirkins is really tough.
Yeah, that's a lot of stats to deal with. Sunderland coming down would not shock me. Just to start trying to bring out those Navy cards. Because right now, so there's the Sullivans, obviously, which is auto-pulling, which is kind of the Sunderland's job in this deck, which is to find you those Navy buffs that you need. If anyone ever looks at this list and wonders what a card that has been quite as panned as the Sunderland has been in the past is doing in this deck, that is what it's doing.
And the exposed.
That's huge. Oh, I love the box.
Tells him to check his 6.
Yeah, I love that.
I got my guards back. It didn't even put them that deep in my deck.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I've got more guard than I've got health. It does 15 to 16, obviously, but it's very close. Triple chain home, too late.
I mean, this is so sad because you had a 1 in, well, you kind of had 2 in 3 of it surviving the trade, but it's not going to be enough, and you're in so much trouble here.
Yeah, we're gonna
you almost chain home the. I almost chain home the KAR right now, if I'm honest, but.
Yeah, I certainly could have seen that play. He could have even credited up for it. Oh, the sabotage is going to be brutal. It's probably going to be the RAF. Yeah, absolutely. Can't imagine why it would be elsewhere. And that might be the throw in the towel moment for 707 on this one.
Anyone watching, if you're in a tournament, that's a proper gut check moment, because if you're 707, you look at your hand and there's only one card in that hand that you really care about being found, and that hand is 7 cards wide.
It was
Um,
probably a done deal anyway, being that there was so much guard, both of
yeah,
which would have taken out the Raf. Oh well, no, I got the King's African buff, so the health would
yeah.
have been 6.
Yeah, there is actually, if he had kept it, there was not a bad line in dropping another KAR, getting an extra buff, then
Yeah,
chain homing both KAR to get good clears. In an ideal world, you'd leave just the
and a
Smurf, but I mean
super big plane, but
yeah,
yeah,
but
not.
that's very hindsighty. But I suspect that was the line that 707 was hoping to play into, but that was all taken away in one fell swoop by sabotage. Oh
And we
no!
talked. Oh, geez, we talked both days about how insane targeted discard can truly be. We
Yeah.
haven't really seen it
Oh,
rear its
that's
ugly head.
brutal. Just
It is brutal, but the pin obviously had to go on a unit that was already pinned and on the same turn,
it's
so
true,
no
but they
no
keep
more extra
me.
tempo lost.
Yeah, but it does lose you a credit every time. That's 2
Does
credits he lost.
does lose your credit every time. However, I'm not sure how much else he's doing on that turn anyway,
No, it's
right?
true, but
So
it's
it might honestly be sneaky best case scenario to get that other, because it's only one liberation, right? So there's only one more resistance. Obviously, Hachi holding on to the second liberation, but right now there's only one resistance in the deck, so he can probably mentally, kind of think that he's clear from that for right
I'm
now.
curious as to whether Hachiman has the same mindset as me, because I'd almost be tempted to play the second sabotage just to see if I can pull another win con out of my opponent's hand, because he's starting to really run out of his big plays.
Yeah, there's honestly not much else for him to do here. Another liberation. It's good to put the resistance cards in the opponent's deck, but like obviously you don't need the health.
Yeah.
The barrage is nice just because he's only got, one
He
threat
does,
on the board and you take it out very cleanly.
and it does remove the. It lets you. It does cleanly remove the fury threat and lets you get the fighter down as a threat. I mean, honestly, I think there's probably a half dozen ways he could have played that win. Obviously, this
This
is
is
going
a
to be production
huge
wave
wave
after
after
wave. Yeah,
wave.
this is massive. Um,
I imagine we've got to go with like a buffs chain home to clear this. Can't let this live with only 1 health.
and
Sorry, only
then
1
next.
health for 707 if it attacks, not the 1 health of the plane itself.
No, absolutely. I think it's buffs chain home, and then you drop KAR targeting the Valentine to give you the play for next turn. For me, I think that's chain home onto KAR, which is already pinned, is not a terrible idea. I mean, it's not doing much else for you.
You certainly get a
And
use
then,
out of a
he's
unit
going to
that
bring
was
the
pinned for a long time.
Now this starts to get interesting.
Yeah, once that KAR buff on the Valentine, so doesn't want to put that down. Wants to make sure he gets the full use out of the blitz. Really nice for Hachi to be able to pop Cost of the Colonies on draw, not having to worry about his health total.
It's what you ideally want to see at least one, if not two, of your 3 Call to the Colonies in this deck lineup do, is draw cards, not heal you.
And Hachi again, just playing extremely well.
Yeah.
Oh, yep, that's, well, already moved it to the front line, so could have certainly been worse.
Right, KAR's going to come. Wait, this is going to come down huge. So now, this is interesting. Oh, the guard is a thing, though.
Yeah, with victory banners, we can sort of. Oh, strategic focus. Sorry, misread the 7-cost card.
But
Even worse,
breakers,
honestly, for 707.
Trading, and suddenly just changes it all around again. That said, Valentine still has blitz. Sullivan still gets you draw.
And a Frontier Force still gets you a garrison, so suddenly another mini board.
Yeah, we're just creating and removing boards for funsies at this point, kids.
Yeah, the sabotage is now also pretty useless.
Yep, but it's kind of dead weight. Corson, though.
BM with this low health total is going to
BN
probably tie the game up.
Yeah, I think
I'm not sure how buffs even I'm not. It would have to be another forward observers.
Yeah,
I deck here.
I don't know that you have a good enough answer, unfortunately. Oh dear.
Dear, yep. This. Oh,
Oh, he gets the
Observer's
forward
top deck.
observer, though.
Exactly what we said. Exactly what
Yeah.
he needed. The man will live.
What can you say? Sometimes RNG really is your friend. And he's got draw. It's not great draw, but I mean, there's nothing better for him to do right now.
Yeah, I do imagine this goes on Frontier Force,
It
though.
falls,
Yeah. Oh, hey, we're getting.
Oh no.
Oh no, the
Psychic
resistance.
prediction of drawing the resistances. The award comes up to tell us it's gonna happen.
Should have maybe moved up first, but
Yeah.
the margins for error basically completely evaporated.
Oh, that was definitely dramatic. And resistance.
Yeah, I believe he actually ran out of deck as well.
Yeah.
So the resistance went right into the fatigue damage. If you were
Yeah.
wondering
it
how he
was.
lost that last little bit, he did have 3 when he drew the resistance
But
card.
Bubbles just correcting me back in the green room, pointing out that it's 1 resistance and then into 2 damage from the fatigue, which was enough to end the game.
Which is why I dropped my grenade came up, right?
Yep. Oh.
All right. Hachi with perhaps an incorrect deck choice, or maybe that was just it might have just been a spectator error. Let me...
Yeah, it might be. We will wait. Obviously, the production team will let us know what's going on. In the meantime, we'll continue discussing the drive forward of these players competing. Sometimes we do get issues that just appear. But yeah, I mean, pick it up. I dropped my own grenade. Always fun to see that the awards pop it on there. If you haven't got it in game, good luck finding it. I ironically got it the first day that the things were released. The first, literally on the day of. So apparently one of the players is saying that he had an incorrect deck choice, which is just an update as we wait for the players to reset. But yeah, I did indeed. I dropped my own grenade on the day that we released the awards in game, which was fairly hilarious.
Yeah, there's definitely still. I know that there is some. You can look on Steam, right? There's some guides for every secret achievement or for every secret medal. But I won't lie, even after all my time, there are still some ones that I do not know what they are, how to get them. Just says hidden.
Yeah, I've not looked them all up. I know they're out there. I could also just, I suppose I could just ask in the office, but I've never particularly
It
needed
would
to know.
ruin the fun, yeah.
Yeah, it just takes the fun away from it. So we're going to see Japan US going up against the Brit US. So we are going to see another run on this buffs list, which
And Hachiman right now is standing on the precipice of not banning buffs and then beating it 3 straight games to win the set. Truly knowing what they came to do, where their matchups lied.
I mean,
Just an incredible call out, right? Which I have to assume is based on a lot of data, a lot of grinding, a lot of playing. Really impressive.
Yeah, it's got to be on the reps because he clearly had an absolutely, as we were talking about earlier, targeted strategy coming into this. And I think this is part of the reason for me why he's become such a notable face on the tournament scene over the last 2 years, because he does have an incredibly clean read on things. Early KAR targeting the Valentine. I mean, you kind of, if you're Hachiman, you know exactly what's just happened because that's what this deck wants to do.
An early chain home too, so this is a really much nicer start for 707 than what they've had previous, as they are looking down the barrel of going 03 on buffs.
Yep. But now the key is, can you actually take and maintain the front line long enough to advantage this deck? I'm not sure.
Valentine really rolling well here with some of these draws.
Yeah, definitely so. But part of me wanted to see the KAR push up, just to kind of force the shock to be wasted and to avoid this, which is the draw off the one. Anytime you see that 106th push forward with its destruction effect and they get draw off it, you just feel like so much value was generated from one card.
Yeah, and as we said, right, 707, zero room for error, and that amphibious assault is enormous to take out a 3-7 Frontier Force.
Yeah.
Crazy value.
Especially this early in the game when that 3-7 could have been such an important point. Yeah, it's starting to look a bit tough, and you just sometimes I think you need to take a breath in these situations and give yourself just a little time to reset.
And
Because
the Valentines screaming onto the field are absolutely terrifying. But if you're Hachiman and you have an entire front line full of 106 for them to saw through, then you
yeah,
sort of don't care.
yeah, this is the thing. They're just generating you regenerative value. Um, I mean, honestly, Hachiman has a pretty good hand right now. He's not feeling overly pressured by this situation, and 707 at the moment for me, and it might just be a personal read, seems to be playing just a little bit conservatively. Oh, that's gonna hurt because that's another one of your units just removed before it can do anything.
Another Frontier Force is a really nice find. That is a really nice top deck with the chain home in hand.
Got forward observers, which, I mean, it does remove 2 units.
Yeah, certainly nice, but yeah, I was gonna say, only getting half of the board with the forward observers does not feel good.
No.
I would probably, if I was 707, greed here with my own board and greed with them, hoping that they're going to sink more into their board so that I can maybe get a little bit more out of that forward observers. Just doesn't seem like the turn for it. We're going to use an early Valentine here, and I kind of like that. We're going to get a nice double attack, pretty efficient. Still have our buffed Valentine waiting in the wings.
Indeed. Those Valentines always loom in the wings.
Now Hachiman with a embarrassment of riches.
Yeah,
Just
I
a
mean,
lot of decisions and choices here. The
it's
only one I
almost.
think we can say for sure we won't see is 15th engineers coming
Yeah, I
down.
think that's
Otherwise, everything
true.
else on the table.
Yeah, the rest of it though is just it's almost analysis paralysis, isn't it? There's so many
That's yeah,
options.
that is the perfect way to describe it.
There's just so many lines, and you're just trying to because you want to feel like you've made the right choice.
Yeah, an opportunity wasted is a disgusting feeling in a card game.
Yeah, but at the same time, sometimes you are just swamped with options. Staying very aggressive. We are going to see the 15th engineers.
A little early on that, I think, but
I
as
think he's
we
about.
have
Yeah, I think he's
mentioned
about to.
before, the forward observers for sure. The credit gap that he's able to gain is really alluring, right? Even if you're not getting big buffs, the big 2 credit gap. But as we said, really nice by 707. He gets to extract a little more based off his greed for that Frontier Force.
Yeah, definitely paying off a chunk there, which is always a positive thing to see if you're in that situation. We are certainly seeing these players dialing in to a very high level. I think 707 definitely will be feeling the pressure here, staring down a 3-0 in this position. He does, I mean, obviously, as you're observing this, if you are watching this, you are obviously going to be noticing that he does still have a full HQ defense. And that is something of a signifier, but he's not really been able to press any significant advantage onto Hachiman at the minute. And Hachiman has just remained very calm and very clinical in his plays. Just finding the line, we can do it here, I really, really love because it just creates yet more awkward bodies for a deck that is really struggling to deal with them.
And really, the only problem that Hachiman currently has or feels, the only thing really breathing down his neck is this paper cut death from all of these
Yeah.
garrisons. And he probably has that solution now that he's starting to move some really big stuff into the front line to take care of those. but that extra 3 health from We Can Do It basically nullifies 2 turns of garrison damage.
Yep.
So that is just a big comfort to Hachiman and allows him to sort of put his resources elsewhere and play maybe a little bit more aggressively. We've been kind of waiting on this big chain home play for a long time. We're finally going to see it.
There's part of me that wants to say maybe we've been waiting a little bit too long, but oh no, Yorktown. Now,
This is gonna. We're gonna have some turns here. I would love to see Yorktown here. Obviously, putting the 3-7 in the front line
yeah,
would be very nice as well. But
there's, there's,
man,
there's a ton of options. I mean, there's the 3-7 into the front line, and then you can even buff that up to a 4-8, but Yorktown has to feel so tempting right now.
and not only that, but there's always something to be said for cards with conditional value for capitalizing on them while you have the condition met, right? Obviously, you feel like you are winning this game, but some crazy stuff could happen, and maybe you don't have the front line in 4 turns.
Second we can do it.
That's going to nullify all of the AoE, even the 4 cost. Basically has to be wave after wave after the 2 damage to the board for the 6. Oh, this is so painful.
This is really, really rough.
They're all still alive. Why?
Yep, you fired your biggest shot and they're all still kicking, so now you're going to have to start trading. And that's what happens when you have what was 28 points of defense in the front line. There is no easy way to answer that.
And Frontier Force would have been able to make those trades even without the AoE damage.
Yeah.
So there might have been something to holding on to it, but the Seahawk
down
would have made you maybe regret that choice pretty quickly. And this is looking like a Hachiman sweep if I've ever seen one, and I have seen them.
But this is looking like I will say this is looking like it's 707 has not played badly, but Hashimana has played near perfectly for me. This has been just very considered plays, and it is looking like it will be 3-0 unless 707 can find a magical answer that I honestly, even looking at his deck list, don't know what it would be.
Still got some power, right? 707 still has Queen Zone in the hand. We have a Valentine in the hands. Both of those can blitz out and either buy him some time or get him something going. Maybe if with some buffs, not buffs to the unit, but with some actual buffs.
Actual buffing to the units, yeah.
Yeah, might help him out. But yeah, the Anne is going to make this even more difficult.
And then drawing some more draw to draw you some more draw. That never feels good at this point.
Daring down the all gold deck as well.
Yep.
And there's the other forward observers.
Which is it's strong, but the thing is, it's still cut that forward observers down to one kind of much less impact than you necessarily wanted to have, because there's still a 3-4 and a 3-2 with shock in the front line.
Not only that, right, but Hachi knows that all the AoE is gone now.
Yep.
That's both forward observers and wave after wave, so he can basically play full greed on his board without having to really worry about any punishes. Yeah, we can go as wide as we want now.
Yep. And just take
thinning those out for desperate measures, perhaps. Maybe not this turn, but a turn in the future.
I mean, you could. I mean, I'd almost be tempted to just desperate measures now, just for the sheer impact psychologically on your opponent, because you know that most of your opponent's deck is coming down at least 1 health above desperate measures' ability to remove, and it kills that 2 damage a turn.
There might also be something to said for leaving them alive, because it also makes 707's life a little miserable if he's got a bunch of like Frontier Force and buffs and stuff like that. Really nice for Prosperity, really going to lock this game up.
Yeah, the Monty.
Monty is going
to buy you a
turn. Certainly buy us something.
But the thing is, what is it buying you a turn into? And that's more and more the thing that you have to, like, Queen Zone is kind of one of your big trump cards right now, but it's so much at its best when you can get it into the front line. Like playing Queen Zone for trades never feels good.
Yeah, but that almost maybe is the play. Send the
I
3/4
don't
in
think
the
he's got a
back
choice.
line.
Yeah,
I
like
would send the
I
3/4 in the back line. Yeah, it's a deck, and then just attack the first two, and then
yeah,
I would wait on the Monty for next turn.
yeah.
Instead, we're gonna go for. This is not a terrible line, right? We're going for a more value trade line here. We're gonna try to get 3 units out of Queen Zone, which I can certainly respect.
Yeah, I mean, just and at this point, you kind of want to find anything. Oh, so okay, so there are. Oh, this could sting.
Yeah, Engineers is certainly very close to game winning, but Hachi might do well to set it up first. Obviously, Desperate Measures is definitely coming out. There's no
Yeah,
way
I
we're
was gonna
not
say
desperate
I don't.
measuring with.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think you hit the 15th this turn, but desperate measures has got to be played here, right? You push your front line, you play desperate measures, and just you say to your opponent,
Yeah, you set up
answer
the
me.
15th as
Yeah.
well. I'm not even sure why. Save the duress. Just
Yeah,
do the
just hold on
desperate.
to it.
Save the duress for the
But
turn. The
yeah.
turn that you play 15th Engineers, duress some dumb guard, and just slap all of that face.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna go Engineers now. We're gonna
Oh,
build
it's because we
a
get, well,
huge scary board.
as they say, porque no los dos. He gets the whole turn. I mean, yes, he gets pinned, but have you seen the stats in the front line, folks?
Oh,
And
big formidable. That's the second formidable. So actually no, both formidables left in deck. That was a previous game. So technically there is still some AoE.
there is, but the problem with this AoE is if you roll badly.
Yeah, not using it on Frontier Force as well.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite afford it, I believe. No, could have afforded it.
Yeah, I think he should have been able to. But
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Probably
this
wouldn't
is
have made too much of a difference just because the way that Engineers works, it makes all of these units have a lot more attack than health,
yeah.
right? So they're big, beefy hitters with that don't necessarily need a lot to be killed themselves. So
Yeah, that's the big trick with this is Formidable and Chain Home both get stuffed pretty hard by 15th because it does create this massive attack. So you're
yeah, these 7/3s, 6/4s.
was 8-5 with shock, no less.
Right, right.
It's pretty brutal. Oh, and he's just gonna pin.
It's a really nice pin play, actually. That
It
is
really is, yeah. It's
really, really
very,
nice tempo, especially on a Fury.
yeah. That makes
Unit Home will help in that regard to be able to get an attack out of a pinned unit, which is not nothing.
yeah. I mean, I agree with you. It's not nothing, but I'm not convinced it's enough. So
Yeah,
we're going fishing. We get another chain home, but
we're chaining, we're buffing.
yeah. But first of all, we've got to answer this front line because we are all out of AOE and AOE pin. This is just trades you don't want to make, but have no choice about.
Yeah, thinking it out.
Valentine's
our
good
Valentine
because Valentine
finally.
gets you 2. Gets the good roll,
Valentine's.
actually, so he played
Yeah,
that as well as he possibly could.
the hope with Valentine there was our win con, right? If we clear this
Yeah.
front line, we can race Valentine out and do the Fury attack and maybe pull this win from the jaws of defeat. But now, oh my God, able to draw, able to play Yorktown for
Oh,
Hachiman.
this is going to feel
Probably not
quite
the
rough.
Yorktown play this time. I
No.
probably would throw Calv up, and I'd
Yeah.
probably hold my Yorktown if they're able to clear the front line for a third or fourth time.
I mean, I'm sort of tempted to play Cav, but I'm also tempted to drop 10th, push up, and recycle maybe the Sasebo to see if I can get some big buff for another unit to push
Yeah,
up. But yeah.
also a great line as well. I just would advise keeping the Yorktown back for
Yeah.
one last.
I don't think you need to play it now. You're not under any great pressure. Yeah, here it comes. That you're not under any great pressure. It picks up another 106th. The Yorktown has no value for you right now, surely. What?
Just to flood the board out.
It's a big flood.
Max.
I don't think it's going to make much of a difference because he has to draw a guard or some kind of clear, and he's just going to keep cycling his deck. Oh
Yeah,
no!
trying to find second formidable.
He does find a frontier force, which would get him a guard. So he can slow this down.
Thinking about where to point this.
A very important decision at the minute as well, because that 3 shock is enough to deal with the guard when he puts it down. And he doesn't want to be drawing for another one. The problem is, I think whichever way he chooses to play this out, his opponent's going to have an answer for the guard. So he has
Another
to
boss
draw.
protected convoy. Yeah, and we're gonna, if he does live another turn, just in time to see himself draw that second formidable with nothing to do with it would be so sad.
I think he knows the writing's on the wall, but he's all credit sticking with it, playing the game out to the death with the understanding that he knows he has to.
Buff Wagon will sew it up. Didn't even see the Buff Wagon in Hachiman's hand, but an incredible set from Hachiman, knowing exactly how he wanted to play that set, what he wanted to do in that set, and then executing flawlessly. Cannot pump him up enough.
No,
I
mean
it's some extremely well played cards.
It's very, very hard as a veteran card game player to look at that and find the right words to tell you how unbelievably strong the play from Hachiman there was. If you are ever wondering what it takes to be a top competitive tournament player, this is the mindset you need. That level of sheer clinicalness. Just remaining
Clinician
patient.
was the right illusion to make for sure. Absolutely.
It's just unbelievably clinical and a card gaming technician there in action. And what I have, like, if you catch this Hachiman, I don't know whether you'll catch the broadcast from us. I don't know. All the respect in the
major
world.
props. Yeah, absolutely. Someone please translate this so that he knows how much we love him.
Yeah, because huge amount of respect. I mean, to all of the players have been amazing in this, but that was the kind of set that you don't see very often. Just to see not only the set itself, but the read on the meta, the read on your opponent's decks, and the order that you want to play your decks. So sort of pivotally and clinically played through. So we are rolling well. So we are, I think, going to take a quick look at the bracket. So let's see where we stand. Yep. So as you can see, the back end of today will be first of all we will see 70714 and DWHCOFN in the bronze match to play for third place, and then the finals will be Hachiman and 259 in what I suspect will be a barn burner of a final. But for the moment, we are going to take a quick break, just let everyone take a moment, and we will be back with the next matches when we'll hand over to the rest of the casting team. I am stepping out for a while, so you'll be back when we come back from the break with Thanatron and with Bubbles. Thanatron, thank you so much, and again, absolute pleasure to call those matches with you.
Yes.
And much love to all the viewers. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll be right back with you.
Hello and welcome back to the Card Spring Tournament. I'm Bubbles and I'm joined by Thanatron, and we are going to be. Well, we've got two more matches in store today. Arguably the two most exciting. We have the third place match and then we have the grand finals. So if we take a look at the bracket, we saw in day one, Radish lost to Hachi, Aquila lost to 707, Sai to DHH, and AKG lost to 259. And then today we've had Hachi with a decisive 3-0 against 707, advancing to the finals, and 259 with a bit more of a grueling series, going to 5 games, but managed to take the win and is now in the finals against Hachi. And that gives us 707 versus DHH in the bronze third place match. So yes, couple good series left, couple good games left. Who are you expecting in the bronze and who are you expecting in the finals to have the advantage? Obviously anything can happen, but where's the advantage lying?
I think Hachi's on fire, so I wouldn't bet against him. You couldn't get me to bet against Hachi right now. He's playing really well into his matchups. He understands his lineup super well, and has just shown, not even just this tournament, the last couple tournaments, right, but has shown a real surgical play style that I think has been really, really good. Uh, bronze match, I think is a toss up. I think we could see a lot here. Um, I will say 707 has a really direct lineup. Like I said before, we didn't even get to see Burn, but we did see Burn yesterday, and I believe we saw it worked out, right? We saw that very clutch Roma kill with like exact lethal Roma, exact on end turn. So excited to maybe get another chance at seeing that. And DHH has done really well as well. Brought some surprise decks. Tribal T34 has been awesome. Super excited to get to see that again today. Hoping that makes an appearance, right? So these the third place match, I think, right, is two less heralded guys with less heralded lineups that have I don't want to say surprise, right? Because that makes it sound like we expected them not to get here, which isn't the case. But like let's say more surprising than some of our other players. Making it here to this really important third place match, going to be a big deal, going to be a jewel sort of in the early developing crowns of both of these players. So really, really exciting.
No, they've definitely both proved their abilities. I would say they've both shown that they are capable, and they both have some unique and interesting decks, which just solidifies that sort of this is what I can do, this is what I'm here to show off. But we are going to take a look at the bans for the third place match. Now, I'm expecting Brits to be the target here. And we see
German.
DH does get Brit banned, but German banned from 707. Do you think this is because we have this Soviet deck, which is very slow? We have the US deck, which can be a little bit slow to pop off. And then maybe the German burn is in favor of the Italy version. So I wonder if this is just, there's no answer to this in DHH's lineup.
Yeah, he's just don't burn me, bro. Do not burn me.
And we've seen Burn being very, very consistent at ending these games and closing out these matches, even against like Jagro, where Jagro typically would be able to just rush down Burn before Burn can even do anything. Burn's been able to do a lot and actually have some really close games against Jagro, despite the nerf of Crossfire, which was one of the core ways of dealing with Jagro, was to wipe their board with Crossfire and then burn them down over time. Do you think there's been a fundamental shift in Burn, or is the shift more on Jagra's end, which makes it slightly more Burn favored compared to what it used to be, say, a few months ago?
Yeah, I think Jagro is has more stopping power, but is slower, right? Its tempo, as you said, is definitely slowed down. It's maybe even verging on like being mid range at this point. Uh, a smarter person than me, can make that distinction whether it is A or B. I won't try so that I don't get flamed in comment sections or discords. But yeah, it's definitely really interesting, and we've seen certain things fall out of favor, right? Burn was the Burn Boys for a long time, the 3-6 naval unit, which the name escapes me off the top of my head, but using the naval cards to enable burn with those, being able to maybe get 2 of those down and get like a double burn off, was an extremely powerful turn. But now we see things like lightning strike coming back, right, and trying to punish some of these greedy decks, all of these greedy draw decks that are going around, which is very interesting as well. And Lightning Strike being used for free after Front and Home is also very cool.
Yes, it's very difficult to play around it when it costs 0 credits.
And as you mentioned, the nerf to Crossfire, I don't know if people know this, but it's actually not nerfed if you play Front and Home first and it's in your deck, right? Then it's
Then yes, it goes
so
back to the 4K.
So no, don't whine about it. Don't whine about the nerf. Just play Front and Home like a grown up.
You heard it here first. But now we see the Buffs deck, Brit US Buffs, up against the USA Germany deck. One of the more old guards now up against one of the newcomers in deck choices at least. And a pretty bad start here for DHH. No turn 1 and no turn 2. And Buffs having a good opener with the buffs into the Sullivans as well. So it's going to be a slow start here from DHH, and they're going to have to do some serious heavy lifting to combat an early buff start.
Yeah, literally looking like our first turn is going to be Thunderbolt and attempting to maybe plan our draw for turn 4, which is basically as bad as it gets.
And I liked this. Not
Really
worrying
King's
about
African is nice.
Yeah, just getting the King's African down. We're not worrying about
a
the
Valentine as well.
turn.
Having the Valentine in hand right for the buff is kind of best possible scenario. Buff's already rolling like it wants to. Sullivan's in hand. And like we said, the best thing we got is...
Oh, and look at that. Mustang and half track. It basically means the top of your deck is now bricked for a little bit. Mustang, not particularly useful. Half track, also not great. You can send back buffs for a single turn to try and buy time, but you do give it +1/+1 when you do so. It operates for free.
Make it even bigger. Drawing a little AoE, which is always nice to have, but for 707, not going to be needed anytime soon, so... Not the
but the shock
draw,
attack
but,
is potentially quite relevant here, and you can also go for the For Freedom and the Sullivans next turn and get up to 5 attack on this unit. So it's going to be important for 707 to get the buffs out of that range. But then if you do so, you leave yourself very open to something like the Duress coming out and just killing all that progress that you put onto this buffs. So gonna be
forced to put all your eggs in a basket, and it's a very thin basket, very heavy.
I mean, there is also there's direct hit available. No Duresses actually in DHH's deck. Instead, going for 2 direct hits. So they're going to be hoping to find some of those soon. There's also the USS Missouri, which is very good at clearing a unit from the front line as well as buying lots of time with all that retreat. And look at this, 5 damage to the face. I believe you have to go Freedom Sullivans here and just dish out as much damage as you can.
Yeah, truly the only answer, and with the shock attack, it really makes it not so bad. However, well, no, really not. There's no however there. We have exact credits for it. I guess are we going to mill? No, we will mill, right? Sullivan's.
We will
no,
mill.
Sullivan's won't draw. Sullivan's draw buffs the next draw.
It draws
I'm
as well.
And it draws. I'm sorry.
Yes, it does everything, this card. Does it all? But do you have to attack this go, or do you just wait? I'd have been tempted to play the 5th instead of this, because this can blitz out from hand, and 5th can, and it gives you a bit more draw next turn.
Yeah, but threatening both shock attacks now.
Yeah, it's certainly nice to threaten the shock. I just think...
No, you're correct.
I mean, you could be worried about the overdraw if your 5th dies, but I think if your 5th is getting hit by this buff, you're very happy about that.
Yeah, you take an overdraw after over 5 damage lost. I love enemy spotting. I love to see it in a deck. I don't love to see it right now.
No, it's not the right situation for it. This does mean the half track is now actually quite good this turn, because we can double trade as well as play the half track to bounce back.
Really buy ourselves some
We could also go... It's brave, but we could go Calliope on the King's African Rifles and hope that the hits hit the buff instead. It's a 1 in 3. You target the King's African to not buff up the buffs, and if both accidentally go to the other side, you can conveniently get a clear front line here as well without having to retreat anything. I think
Brave
little
is
bit
one way
too
to describe that
risky,
line.
but I
Brave is one
kind
way
of
to describe that line.
I kind of can't help but want to lean into it, you know.
Those aren't the voices you should be listening to on the daily basis.
I am concerned that this Valentine is just going to end the game. Yeah, you have to go for this 77th. Otherwise, the Valentine is just going to move up and do 10 damage to your HQ with...
Yep, that's really nice foresight by DHH to get
But hold on, there's still the credits to do so. Clear the guard.
Yeah, correct. And,
And
you know,
just-
Buffs finally moves fast. Finally looks like Buffs. We needed all tournament for some reason for Buffs to look like its annoying self, but there it goes.
The King's African combo is so strong as well. Getting this 5-attack Fury Blitz tank just moving across the battlefield feels like Mach 10. This tank is so
Mach
deadly.
10. Yeah, absolutely. Fury, Blitz, Buffs, an insane combo to dip one unit in, right? It's gonna...
Especially when you don't have any cards until turn 3.
Yeah. That's I had sort of slipped my mind. Really salient to bring that back up, that he didn't even have a good start tempo-wise. We see buzz bombs. We're buzzing.
Yeah. Has the Panzer A to draw off the Dragoons. This is a very nice combo. I'd have been tempted. On the Conquest as well.
US
Now,
base
question
buffs
is...
for 707.
Oh, just honor and loyalty on the tank. I wondered about honor and loyalty on the infantry, attacking the buffs, then going honor and loyalty on the infantry, but instead going honor and loyalty on the tank, looking like they just want a face race, which it is a burn deck, so makes perfect sense.
Yep. Yeah, you know it's got to be if they're not attacking
turn.
the buffs.
I would have almost liked to see a Pathfinder's come out. Oh no, sorry, he's got 2 credits. I'm just. I'd have loved to see that card that can't be played.
Well, you said almost come out. That's 2 out of 3 is kind of almost. So you know you were thinking along the correct lines.
We're just going for the Conquest. It is a land guilds here. 2k, draw 2, but for the Germany, oh, Sally is a strong find.
707 now with the ability to branch out a little bit. Frontier Force is going to be a really nice play. Pathfinders, not a bad play. Really thinking about that one perhaps as well. But yeah, Frontier Force, I agree. Let's get this board bigly.
Now, it's easy to forget what Sally does for each unit type, but for infantry, it suppresses. So it's now essentially a duress against these buffs, which is really important to have. Also against the King's against the Frontier Force as well. So having the ability to suppress is so powerful against this buff stack. And rolling the dice. The expected results, really.
Yep.
Oh, the second lightning strike.
Really able to stack those perhaps now.
There's no card draw for 707.
Not really, no.
Surely you go for the Arado here. Or you're just going for the Salamander and trying to activate it. But... There's so much card draw, but it's such an abstract way to do card draw. Oh, a Hunch was a huge find. You can get rid of this.
Absolutely a huge find.
And you can even destroy the artillery with Sally. Sally is going to be 0k kill target artillery.
We enable a draw as well off of our suppression.
Yeah.
So the German deck starting to roll as well. Its synergies coming into full light.
Looks like this Pathfinder is likely... Oh no, yeah, I think I prefer this. You blitz out with this guy. You can get a Unity of Strength. Even a we can do it if you want. The DFA potentially as well, finding its mark. So all 3 looking like reasonable options.
Yeah, even just holding on to a DFA in this matchup isn't the worst idea, right? This is a matchup where you could very commonly be finding yourself in a situation where you can make it a 1-unit board with a big plane, big Henschel type threat to kind of easily snap your fingers and say, be gone.
Takes the Unity, hoping to go big or go home. Now, Dornair has arrived, which is going to be very powerful once the
Yeah,
Salamander is active.
part of the kit, so to speak, here for what this
I really am
engine wants to
tempted.
do.
Go Suppression. Yeah, go Suppression and smack face for 6 damage. It's so much damage.
Really thinking it out.
Ooh. Look at this. They can
Interesting.
even get the bounce, and that's going to mean the bond is re-triggered. And
Carry a
707.
cover.
What do you do
Not,
here if you're 707?
not great. Yeah, really, really up against it.
You can Middlesex and guard up a little bit, but really you're just delaying the inevitable.
Seahawk is a little helpful, right? It's going to help us delay. It's
It
okay.
can be retreated for 0 credits as well with this Sally. So gonna retreat the Seahawk.
Yeah, and Hipper could have done it as well, just to make life harder.
They have
Plenty of
8
money on the
damage
side of
to HQ
DDH.
already.
Right.
You just have to think, am I gonna get big 3 lethal if I go for this?
Right, which is why the Hipper play can help keep
Oh,
him
wait a
at
minute.
6 credits.
Salamander
Oh,
comes out from
Salamander.
hand, both is out the game.
Yeah. Well, in our defense, it seemed to take DHH a long time to remember. He had Salamander as well, so at least all parties concerned figured out the very obvious, very nice, very clean lethal. Evens the setup at 1 game apiece. Both players moving swiftly here with their, aggro decks, these high tempo decks. Burn, not really high tempo, it's burn, but
I mean, this
it doesn't move slow.
This Soviet deck is really my concern once again. Like we saw in the last series, it was very difficult to get the win on this.
Yeah, it
The
seems to
question
be
is,
the linchpin of DHH's set every time, the pivot.
I mean, these abstract, exotic style decks usually are, you bring something that's not particularly meta, and you often find it is just the one deck you can't get these wins on. Now we're going to see the mirror USA Japan up against USA Brit. So not a full mirror, but pretty close. 106 is not particularly great against buffs, as it does 0 damage to it. For Freedom is a nice find. Surely you have to go for Freedom into 2nd, 5th. The main question for me is, do you move up or not? Because if you hold back in the support line, you might find Sullivan's, and then your 5th is growing even more.
Well, with 2 5ths, right, you put the 2nd, 5th down, so if you do find a Sullivan, you're still able to take advantage of that double synergy.
Oh, for Freedom.
So I think I like moving up, yeah, but for Freedom on a buffs, of course.
And it's just such a scary card. And there's
Nice.
that Sullivan's.
We got a nice Sullivans. We get
Oh, there's
double
2 of them.
Sullivans.
All I'm saying, imagine if we had both 5ths on board right now. They'd both be growing from these Sullivans.
Well, we can't afford both Sullivans, but
We can play it slow. We're not in a rush.
we can play it slow on the same guy.
Yeah, but they get the extra +1/+1 when you play the Navy card. So
No, I know. I'm
both
saying we can
growing.
play them both on the current.
Yeah, no, I'm greedy. I just want more. I want more stats.
Either way, does not want to risk drawing something off Sullivan's
I
that
don't
doesn't
hate
play and wasting a
Amphibious.
credit.
Yeah. You can
So a
actually
really
kill
nice
buffs
play.
with this.
Yep, takes buffs a while. Not necessarily a while, right? But like needs 2 buffs to get out of Amphibious range. So even if this one gets buffed out of the range, it's going to come into play. Probably even on that Calliope, let alone another buffs or Frontier Force. A lot of really great targets for it. We did not capitalize on any extra Sullivan's buffs on our Sabos. Sad, but
I'm not
the
saying
tempo play was good.
I'm not saying I'm disappointed. I'm just not saying I'm not disappointed. I'll leave it to you to deduce how I feel.
To the viewers at home. Direct hit
Oh,
is a really nice pull. Probably can sit on that, yeah, for an
yeah.
entire turn here, as we really don't care until the buffs are in the front line. Let them waste the time and the mental effort.
They might even play more buffs on the buffs.
And they may even play more buffs on the buffs. Very good point.
How tempted are you by this
Oh,
big three? It's +2/+2 to your artillery. It is tempting to me. And sure, you could wait and get a much bigger one off, but you have these 15ths, you have this Yorktown.
my man
Uh,
top decked Yorktown and grabbed it immediately like he was trying to throw it into play, only to see he was a credit short.
I went from
Uh,
6 to 5k. At least it's it could not handle it being at 4k.
I felt that energy though. I also wanted to slam that Yorktown. I would say Frontier Force probably makes the most sense here. I don't really know why you'd float two of playing a garrison.
Yeah, I'd say so too. I think the big question is whether this buffs moves up or not. Oh, wants to start hurling death down with this Calliope. I don't hate it. The Calliope is repeatable damage. And it does
Yeah,
put
perhaps worried about the shock attack. Doesn't expect DHH to waste the shock attack on the uh 1-3.
yeah.
Therefore,
You can
uh,
still kill it though, right? You go for the 106 plus the for freedom.
right, and then you get your shock attack.
But I like this.
But
Getting a
we'll
106.
take our direct hit.
Yeah. Getting a
I
106 is important.
kind of like the other line. I would have liked to hold on to that. If I have a direct hit, that is a free kill on a buff. If I've got another way to kill a buff that I can execute right now, I'm doing that, because that way it allows me to hold on to that for the next buff, because I know the next buff, who knows what could happen, how big that buff could buff. But the amphibious assault in hand as well, right? So definitely
Yeah.
there are options.
There's a bit of security there.
And honestly, that amphibious could come down now on Frontier Force, but
Ooh,
Tiger Cat, I think, is a great play for 6.
it really
Just
is.
a beautiful curve out, get some air going. A
I
bit,
mean,
buffs can go fast, buffs can go big, buffs can do a lot of things, but at its core, it is a pretty infantry based deck, which does make
yeah.
it a little slow unless you get those Valentines rolling. This, of course, the US version not running that kind of Valentine action.
There's no way to get Yorktown going. I do think it has to be the big three, make an enormous artillery. It's going to be +3/+3, 5/5. Not able to take out the fighter, unfortunately.
Nice pickup, but not for the current board with that second direct hit.
For freedom, it does mean they can take out the artillery with the direct hit. They can also roll the dice now with the Calliope, but I think I don't want to see the Calliope come out because our support line spaces are so important when we're generating these free bombers. So I just want to see this artillery killed. I want to see maybe even moving up. Oh, I'm tempted actually. Amphibious assault on the frontier force. Direct hit on the bomber and attack. Direct hit on the artillery and attack the artillery for 4. Take out the artillery. Take out the frontier force and establish complete board control.
All right, counterpoint. We Sullivans. We just kill the artillery and we
We've
wait
been
for
about
that big
the
old slow
frontier.
infantry to do whatever the hell it wants later.
It's gonna beat the daylights out of our units. He's a ruthless general who no regard for his.
I love Seahawk in the front line. Obviously, it has been suppressed, so its best use is as a nice roadblock. Forward observer is going to make sure that we were always taking care of that big old Tiger Cat.
There's still these bombers, and you can take out another one, but just scared. A 5 attack bomber is such a big threat.
Missouri, not really what DHH is looking for, but not a bad thing to have in this
Now,
matchup whatsoever. Double 106s takes care of the retreaty boy, whose name is just been deleted from my brain.
Pathfinders.
Pathfinders, thank you. I hate myself. And then obviously, we've been waiting, yes, for this amphibious assault on a Frontier Force for quite some time, finally coming in clutch.
I understand that, but we've got to focus on the cast. You can get back to your self-loathing later. Oh,
Oh, a beautiful Calliope. Calliope. However you want to say it, it looked good right there. Really limiting the board options now. Big Bomber is flying mostly unchecked.
I tend to flip a coin, and one side says Calliope and one says Calliope. The ironic thing is they're written the same, so I flip the coin. I don't know which it says.
I think I like Calliope because the artillery plays such sweet music.
Now, there's an interesting decision here, because you can get this Yorktown off. And it's got to be so tempting. It's just...
Probably
it's a
the best play
shame.
regardless, but yeah, it's not as impactful as maybe you would have wanted.
No, especially when we're getting close to being able to do Yorktown 15th Engineers in a single turn, which is such a wombo combo.
Holding 15th Engineers. Now you're just praying that they're more concerned with your artillery than they are with your frontline planes.
I like Missouri here, but also you need to be very careful because you can bounce these guys and then it protects the bomber it protects from the bomber. So yeah, you have to trade and then go for the Yorktown. So I like to see this. And look at this, with this heavy armor 1 from the bomber, it is actually currently safe from these fighters. Obviously, we know there is 15th Engineers available, so it will end up going down, but I want to see double move up 15th Engineers.
And then just fly into the bomber.
Yeah, you could also do single move up and 15th Engineers, and then you can take out the Calliope as well. Take out the bomber, take out the Calliope.
Yeah, I think I might prefer that.
Yeah, looks like that'll be the route
looks like that's going to be the line. Of course, second engineer in hand as well.
Oh,
so we can still set up some pretty boom bust plays.
We can, but I'm so concerned by the difference in value. You know, you've got plenty of HP to play with your DHH, so you don't have to worry about getting burnt out. And we've got so many resources here. We've got the second 106 to clear the front line. I just don't see how you're winning this value war. Be tempted by the we can do it, yeah.
Yeah, we can do it. Feels pretty good here. And now DHH comfortably sitting on 2 of the 3 leads, right? Leads the board and leads the hand.
Now, what point are you forced to play 15th Engineers from your opponent's front line?
Probably not this turn for 2. If you can maybe get a backline going first. Your own we can do it is actually pretty helpful here. We can do it, and Frontier Force? No, another engineer.
And this gives you a double trade, which is nice. It gives you a double value trade. With the 106th coming out, you will lose one of your... Oh! Goes for the single trade to protect from the 106th. Now, the reverse engineers are available. Slightly awkward turn to play it. You're only getting +2 attack, and you're only actually getting 1 credit slot out of it, because you're on 11 credits already. So
yeah,
it's I think
I really would have liked to see 707 go the opposite way with his last turn, but he's certainly
beautiful.
In better form than I. Yeah, this will curve out real nicely. And that's why I feel that 707 should have gone a little wider and built a beefy board himself with Frontier Force and his own we can do it. He's going to do it now, and it's just not going to quite hit the same. Seahawk first, though, is actually very nice. However, half track is just going to, at least scrape the buff off and ignore it for a turn.
Tiger Cat feels like too little too late. And we can get 3 units in the front line for this 15th Engineers. We could potentially... I mean, you have to half-track this fighter. Even with +3 attack, you're not able to kill the fighter through trading. as lovely as it would be. So, I mean, it has to be a 15th Engineers from my perspective. Yes, you can go for the weaken duets and just super buff this board, but you really need attack damage because this frontier force is just going to be hammering away at your units in the front line. You can actually save them health by giving them attack because it's going to be less fury swinging in and obliterating your units. It also allows you to start trading with this big guy in the front line and generating extra tutus.
We're talking about some 10 health units, though, after this we can do it. I don't know.
Just slow roll it. Go for it next turn. Yeah, this is what I love. I mean, where's our board going?
I
We
like
can
slow
do it
rolling
next
the engineers, but might be
Both
something to be
greedy.
said for DHH being far enough ahead that it might not matter. We'll have to see.
I mean,
Certainly has a big beefy board here.
both lines are greedy, just in different ways. It just depends what you're
Yeah,
greeding out
Jets.
for. Tiger feels like too little, too late.
Calliope.
So
Calliope.
awkward.
Yeah, not even some. A lot of 2 damage things in the back line. He could have maybe hoped for a double ping shot on, but who even knows? I gotta assume middle is gonna come down, protect our HQ, protect our Artie. We'll make a value trade 5-5 to 4-5.
But maybe you have to go for this tiger instead, just to put some threats down on board, because otherwise your HQ is just going to get obliterated. Like, yeah, you can protect the artierary, but I'm
If that's
DHH.
if
Just
that's the
ignore.
case, we have to kill something, right? Like one
We
of our
do.
own
We have to.
units. So what are we shoving? I was gonna say, yep, okay, 5-5 into the 6-6. We'll kill the frontier force as well.
Protects the tiger.
Protects the tiger is pretty smart, I feel.
Yeah, I think so too. It's unfortunate to have the bomber out there
Honestly, put
stranded.
the key, yeah, put the key back on
Yeah,
top.
you're not playing that this turn.
And
But maybe you are.
Calliope into
But hold on, we got 12 credits left. Maybe we are playing the key this turn. Maybe we're just killing the guard and just going pure face with key and all these units.
a lot of ways to skin this cat, unfortunately for the cat.
It's sure is a bad time to be a cat.
I mean, we can just bust the we can do it. We can bust the Sullivans.
I don't see how you come back if you're 707.
This board
And,
is
A wise man once said 707 wins this trust, but I do not think that applies to this situation, unfortunately.
unless you've got a to the last man up the sleeve. Red Devils, which we haven't seen in these games at all.
Oh, and it used to be a real staple, but it's been a lot less popular these days, and that will take it up
Certainly
to
not
2-1.
up to work in this tournament.
We see once again the Soviet deck being the leftover deck. Can the Soviet deck get its game? Going to be difficult against the Japanese deck, but not the worst against the US Brit buffs deck because it's a little bit slower. Obviously, not any great ways of dealing with the buffs. You have exposed, which is 5 damage, no questions asked. The buffs, however, overall it's still not ideal.
Oh, and now we get to see Red Devils from the beginning of the game because I had to open my mouth.
And a pretty good hand here for the Soviets.
Could this be it?
See. Both players having strong opening hands here. Really good cards in 707's hand, but also DH actually having some early game, which is what you're going to want in this matchup. Decides to throw away the 5th by moving it up. I'd have been tempted to maybe hold it back, as you can go for the 106th plus trade next turn, but I think it's all very reasonable. Look at this, just piling on the bodies.
Yeah, getting Red Devils down can mean the world, but that first 106 is already going to start creating that roadblock effect, which in turn self-replicates the 106s, which in turn replicates all the ping damage.
Yeah. There's a lot of 106 and pings. 55th is a nice card to find. It's not particularly great here because it's not going to be dying for a while, but it does allow you to sort of do your combos. We've actually seen very few combo turns with the 55 rifles. It feels like they've been getting suppressed all the time.
Yeah, which is interesting as well. It means people are sort of aware of its power level, right? Not a deck that I've seen on ladder in my times perusing the ranks, but
it might be
people
less
seem to
from
know.
experience and more just you read it and you're like, I remember when Reichbank was a thing, and Reichbank just
People are often afraid of what they don't understand. That's what I've been told. So maybe unfamiliarity also just causes what I don't know what that thing is.
the fear of the unknown
Impressive.
plus the fear of credit cheating. Combine the two.
It can't hurt me if it's suppressed. Get our big gun going.
Yeah. I'd be tempted to duress that tank. Just disable the destruction effect, disable the heavy armor.
Heavy armor. Anytime you get two birds with one stone with a suppress feels very nice, whether it's a keyword in a card text or two keywords or
So
any combination.
you know that DHH has these cards like upgrade. So with Euros and upgrades and red banners, I'm so much more
leaving it
tempted
injured over the course of a turn. Yeah, I mean we might see that right now.
I mean, a move up into an upgrade could just be such an intimidating move.
And he gets his destruction effect as well.
Exactly.
You know to move up first, DHH. You know.
But maybe he's thinking. I mean, it's what 4K, so you can't quite get it to Joseph Stalin because you 4K upgrade is what increased by 3, so it becomes 7K. So it's likely to be the big fridge tank, the KV2. Just has to take a moment to think about this. I mean, you can expose this artillery. You're not worried about the artillery because this exposed has been doing so much work, and I guess now the artillery's gone, there's no rush, right? You can just be a little bit slower.
Start to greed out on your T-34s.
I mean, if you find a turning point, you can just start rolling around the place. But this forward observer's looking pretty good soon.
Not the scariest big three you've ever seen in your life, but certainly a big Red Devils is not something that you want in your life.
Lord. Can we get to Joseph Stalin? With this, we get a 7 credit tank, and then we can Euros that into an 8 credit vehicle or unit, and then we can red banner it
from there.
I'm not even sure if it's the right move. It's just it's a lot of.
It's just cool and fun.
It's cool and fun. And there it is, the fridge tank, the KV2, heavy armor 2, and importantly, reduces order damage on all these units based on.
And what'll be interesting is if we do get to Joseph Stalin, but just the extremely slow, arduous way for 707. No, says I'm not dealing with this. I'm killing this now.
It still has to double trade into it, and anything that hits it is gonna die. I mean, you could trade the Red Devils, but that sucks. Having your Red Devils die to this trade. I mean, really, you want a 4/6 Red Devils in the front line is like game ending, but it's just not happening.
Yeah, with only one extra bit of damage from hand, 707 will be able to make a really nice play for himself. Yeah, but instead has to make an extremely painful one.
Gotta say, DHH. Oh, turning point. Double T-34s plus turning point. We can roll over the battlefield this turn. I'd kind of like to see that. It just having two T-34s in the front line with a whole bunch of armor, it puts you in such a strong position. No, you can't double ping this buffs, remember. It will not work out for you because the buffs will be gaining stats as you hit it. So yeah, there you go. And here they come, and we will get some face damage out of this as well, because remember,
the
turning
excess
point.
damage, yep.
Yeah.
Trample type effect for those of you involved in other games. I'm sure it's got quite a few names out there.
Not a lot of spillover damage, but it's a little bit.
Every little bit helps, and we're seeing the tribal effect. We're seeing some T-34s do T-34 things.
Ooh.
Got a nice little board for himself. Got some health off of his opponent. Forward
Calliope
Observer is
good.
going to be nice. Calliope is going to be 2 more damage on a big heavy armor tank.
Yeah. Surely you have to attack. Oh, you cannot let your opponent get away with this. That T-34 can just keep trading. Surely you had to attack there.
Yeah, that's a bit of a bizarre play. It's also going to make sure your Yorktown is basically nullified forever.
Yeah. I mean, you had to attack, get this down to 1 HP to set up the Calliope next turn.
Now it feels like this thing maybe just lives for the remainder. We'll see.
Shock. It's just, this is basically an artillery, but also it's covered in heavy armor. And I'd remind you, it can't be suppressed either.
Yeah, and it seems that DHH might be thinking that he can move a guard to either side of it.
Tiger Cat would normally be a great find in this matchup. You know, these bombers can be a real threat, but it just doesn't help you in this scenario.
Second Yorktown, not good. Frontier Force helpful.
You know, the
the
crazy thing is, even when this tank is about to die, you can then just red banner it or Euro factories it and convert it into a new piece of equipment. Kyoto is a pretty good find as well.
Yeah, it's a great way to wipe the buff off of the artillery, buy yourself some time.
I mean, if you double move up guards, you can Kyoto either the artillery or the buffs and trade your tank into the artillery. I feel like it's very awkward here. I mean, this works as well. Just get rid of the Frontier Force.
Yeah, I like that as well.
Here it is.
We are going to take
trading it in. Whoa, look at this, guys. Another big T-34. They just keep coming.
DHH playing his deck out to its logical conclusion. I'm sure it feels good.
Just trading away, just having a field day trading.
Just laughing, just looking at the Yorktowns and being like, what? How could they spawn in the front line when there's such large tanks there? You silly man.
And now, a little bit of an awkward turn here, but I do think you can just get rid of the bomber and amass units in the front line, keep moving guys up. You also actually, with the reduced cost on this T-34 in hand, it's 7 credits to move this up and attack. You can take out the Tiger Cat this turn, which is fairly tempting.
Definitely the goal.
I mean, I'm always tempted to hit face for 7, but we've seen DHH prioritizing trading and just playing this slowly and doesn't want to accidentally throw away their lead by trying to race down the HQ too quickly, especially when cards like 15th Engineers and Big 3 exist. The board, if you leave it just for a turn or two, can really swing even from the support line.
Now perhaps thinking, about just which plane and or face.
Important to remember, this tank does actually have guard, so it cannot be guarded because it has guard itself at the moment.
But that feels like the correct decision. Obviously, the heavy armor is going to keep it clean from the bomber as well. Calliope is going to need some serious RNG, so he'd almost have to... Oh, he can't really Big 3 it. He has no British units available.
You can 15th Engineers at least to get your bomber big and attacking, but you're playing from the support line, and it's so easy for DHH just to trade away with these units. He can get rid of the artillery and the bomber this turn alone.
Right. 106s are going to clean up just a little bit of ping damage to make it even easier. Oh, no, we're just going to go with some nice even trades.
Yeah, just get rid of
Pin
everything.
damage on the engineers. Move a guard back up in front of our tank. Throw another guard down. And yeah, this looks over for 707, unfortunately.
The
This
Soviet
is
advance.
bronze
Unstoppable.
in hand. DHH reaching up for the bronze medal, grasping at it.
Do you go for the FA? Just hope that it hits the tank, buys you some time.
Yeah, or even your what under the Kyoto is the Sherman artillery.
Yeah, the Calliope. 'Cause
Calliope.
you can do it.
Interesting.
I mean, maybe
Perhaps
it's just a
trying to buy
Yorktown.
time.
Such an awkward Yorktown for just 2 Roosters.
2 extremely expensive Brewsters in the wrong location.
Yeah.
The logistics department not happy with the current expenditure on Brewsters. There will be talks.
Get a stern letter. I know. Keep the Kyoto back. You've got other guards to move up.
Yeah, I got China even in the back pocket.
I mean, I'd be tempted to Kachina and Urals it. Just draw a card.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Got a
Maybe
lot of
not.
money.
Maybe not optimal, but fun. You could also Urals your 4th guards. Just get a Yosef Stalin on the board. And at that point, you're like, okay, good luck. I am concerned with this massive front line that you're giving an opportunity for a 15th Engineers to just super buff this back line.
Would be quite the bailout for 707. Yep, we're giving ourselves the Yosef, not messing around. We like our Yosef. And that's why we like our Yosef.
Oh,
one
no.
in, what is that? 1 in 7 chance
Oh, that it's just
to create more
tanks.
Yosef.
And
if it
that's got to
wasn't
be
over
game
for
over.
707, yeah,
DHH
only getting worse.
taking bronze, like you said, and the Soviet deck slow but steady and able to just occupy the front line with so many bodies. And the US deck, it really needs the front line to do what it wants to do, and it's just not able to. It's one of the classic things about a frontline deck is if you have the front line, you're going to win. But what if you don't have it? Then what are you doing to come out of that situation?
And
I believe
really awesome. Crazy that mechanized infantry has provided no draw this game either, and it's a win. You'd almost feel that would have to go out for this deck to win. But really, really cool for DHH to not only bring the T-34 deck, and I don't want to say struggle with it early, but maybe it didn't perform as perfect as he wants, but have that be the deck that he wins bronze with, the deck that he is able to clinch his first ever tournament result on the podium as well, with a nice little prize for himself in 3rd place. Really, really cool to see. And a really great way to sort of announce yourself, right? Certainly a nice coming out party for the tournament scene. Making a top 8 and getting yourself a couple of wins in your first go is not often achieved. So very nice play by DHH. Props to him.
No, yeah, and being able to perform with the deck in what I would call a somewhat difficult environment for it, with all these buff decks running about in Jagro, it can be difficult to play these slower, slightly more gimmicky decks into these quite fast-paced and just these mid-range or aggro decks. So being able to use the deck in what I would call not the ideal environment for it, I'm very excited to see in the future of cards as we continue to move forwards with the game what this deck will be able to do based on new options that might come out, but also as old decks are pushed aside, will this deck be able to sort of rise through the ranks and may even be a tier 1 deck that lots of players are bringing. But that's all for now with these players. Congratulations to DHH for being able to take 3rd place for the bronze match. But if we take a quick look at the bracket, and we can take a look at who is in the finals. And there we go. We see Hachiman versus 259. Hachi looking absolutely amazing, on fire. 3-1 against Radish and 3-0 against 707. Nothing has been stopping them. And then we see on the other side, 259, they were able to take a 3-1 against AKGS and a 3-2 against DHH. Now, DHH, strong contender, so understandable to have a slightly difficult time against them, but I think Hachi is looking so on fire that you've got to be feeling a little bit nervous going against someone who is just playing as well as they are. They're absolutely killing it. How do you feel if you are 259 going into this match, knowing that Hachi has just been obliterating the tournament so far?
Yeah, it'll be interesting, right, to see if they're sort of keeping up with it. I think a lot of times, as a player, right, you just sort of look at the bracket and you're not even necessarily looking at games or results. You're just like, who am I up against? All right, cool. Uh, so their tournament path, I don't know how much that weighs in. Certainly, Hachiman is probably the most named player, though, so there's certainly something to say for that, just in general, right? Hachiman has, I believe, even won a bracket, if not done extremely well for themselves, especially as of late. So that in and of itself, sort of, kind of playing the monster of the bracket, so to
Yeah.
speak. But that's what you want for yourself, right? Especially you're in the finals. There's no way to dream it up better than that. You dream yourself into the finals against the big dog, ready to take your shot. So to beat the man, you got to beat the man. That's what they say.
No, yeah, and we also have another layer to this, which is there are still deck bans available, and that's a big part of strategy and can really change how a series looks. So if we take a look at the deck bans and we can see what they have chosen, and look at that, ABB always ban Brits. It is a tried and tested method since the conception of cards as a competitive game, and we see both players going for that. Hachi left with Soviet control, I believe a Japan aggro deck or aggro mid-range deck, a US mid-range aggro deck, up against the US and Japan variants from 259, and then also I believe this is the Jerfin Heinz deck. So pretty similar lineups. The main difference is 259 has a much more aggressive deck with Germany, and Hachi has a much more controlled deck with this France ally. How do you see these lineups going against each other? They're very similar, but obviously slightly different.
Yeah, it's all going to depend on Hachiman's call here with the Soviet France, right? That is sort of the sore thumb out of the group that sticks out. It'll be really interesting, especially as that deck has that RNG element. The way that some of those resistance cards could get buried and absolutely never come up, or some of those resistance cards could all come up at once, or they could come up in a very annoying fashion where they're constantly spread out in the worst possible way, constantly getting your only one or two big units on the board, pinned, damaged, losing all the credits, just being, a real thorn in the side. So that's certainly where the match sort of pivots to me. Obviously, Hachiman's done well with the deck up to this point. He's done well with it in this tournament, in this bracket. He is certainly extremely well versed on it. He wouldn't have brought it if he didn't think that it was the best fourth deck, so to speak. So now, it's time to prove out your thinking.
And here we go. Hachi versus 259 for the grand finals of the Cards Spring Tournament. It will be fought on a metal board. Nothing but grit here. And we see USA, Japan up against Japan. I believe USA from Hachi.
On the corrugated sheet metal.
Blood will be spilt.
I don't know what corrugated means.
It doesn't mean that. But
it's a perfectly cromulent word.
I appreciate the enthusiasm, but it's definitely not corrugated. I'm not sure what that passing is called, actually. Now we see pretty strong hands here for both players. Hachi slightly slower, but some
I believe
really
it's
strong...
knurling.
Knurling?
That's
Sounds
what they do
like,
to the when the weight bars at the gym are like they have the diamond pattern on for grip. That's knurling.
It sounds like a little character from a fantasy show. Little Knurling.
Knurling annoys Garfield. Yeah.
Yeah, he's really cute, but he's also kind of just a pain, and he's stealing things all the time.
Yeah.
I'm at Knurling.
Silliness aside. Really nice hand here from Hachiman. He's got a lot more options. 259 feeling a little slim, but has his roadblock going.
Yeah.
The self-perpetual regenerating, ever annoying 106 as we've not really stopped talking about at any point in this tournament.
I mean, they've just been so relevant. They get so much work done, especially in these aggressive matchups where you expect value to matter. Because there's some aggro mirrors where it's whoever's fastest wins. But often in these mid-rangey aggro mirrors, it actually comes down to whoever can generate better value, so long as you don't lose too much damage on your HQ in return for that value. And these 106 are so good in that position. They get rid of these 1 HP units, but they also clog the front line really effectively, which makes your HQ very well protected. So relevant in these matchups. Oh,
Takes
I'm
it
tempted
down
by
to
that surging
1.
power. I know
Yeah.
you have to go double 106, but I love seeing a surging power come out early because it means you can realistically get to those big +4/+4 units. So
But this does allow him to clear the board and
yeah,
all 0 op cost on the board, right? So really nice surging power next turn, most likely, especially if he picks up some sort of 1-drop.
definitely the right call to play it this way. I just do want to see some focus being put on that surging power over the next couple turns, as I think it
Yeah,
could be
yeah.
really important. Slightly awkward turn here for Hachi. Could go for the KI-46 and try and draw out some nice little 1-drops. You can also go for the For Freedom if there's no 1-drops you want to play.
Third tank at all the types
Yeah, I think you have to, right? It's not
present and
got fit,
accounted
so you need to
for.
get it down.
Yeah, certainly don't want to throw Cab into a 1-1. That doesn't feel good at all.
The question is, Calliope or Surging Power?
I would really like surging power here, but
Yeah,
you know,
no,
there's a
I
lot
like
of
this.
things Calliope can help with in this scenario as well. Hachiman also has to watch out
Oh.
for a top decked engineers, right? At this point,
Yeah,
a lot of things going on in the
would be
front line.
absolutely devastating. And this Surging Power, for those that don't quite understand why we're pushing for this to be played early, it is 4 credits for +10/+10 spread across 4 separate units. But because it is the top 4 units of your deck, you need to draw to get that uber value. The first unit you play, the second unit that you play, they're not getting that much value, but the third and fourth unit are just game changing. So the sooner you can play it, the sooner you can get that immense payoff and just get a really efficient credit deal for the like resources you get out of it.
And there's of course no guarantee, right, that it's 4 turns. I know that I'm explaining this very, very simply, right? But like an easy misconception is like, oh, it'll only be like 4 turns.
Yeah.
But that would obviously be if you didn't draw anything but units, which probably isn't going to happen in a normal deck. And then with the amount of orders and sort of stuff in play here, very possible that that's 6 turns, maybe even
No, yeah.
7 turns until that fourth buff is in your hand. So.
Oh, the deck's been shuffled.
And now the deck's been shuffled.
But there's one of them straight away. 77th is one of the buffed units. So the deck has now been shuffled. So those buffed units are no longer in order. Now, perhaps in hindsight, you should have traded away the 5th before playing the Surging Power. As you had the 5th on board, you could have seen this coming, but just not something we had the presence of mind to think about. 77th got +2/+2, so it's nice to get one of them. But the others could be on the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, really nullifying anything gained by the surging power.
And unfortunately,
Really interesting interaction.
completely preventable, but very easy to miss. I mean, we completely missed it. I do want to see Overpower coming in and getting rid of this Seahawk. You cannot allow this to exist.
Yeah, especially with 2 Calliopes in hand, which are completely nullified by the Seahawk.
You could also instead get a Unity of Strength and give +4/+4 to one of these 106 in the front line. The only reason I don't prefer this route is because you know there's surprise attacks in Hachiman's hand. So you don't want to uber buff a unit with the knowledge that it's just going to get removed very cleanly and very efficiently. If it wasn't for those surprise attacks, I'd be very tempted to go for the big Unity play.
Yeah, even the intel to know that he has all 3 of them So he can even pin, wait a turn, and then do it the next turn.
But
Also really
considering it,
helps him get a lot of these cards out of his hand. Those 3 pins sort of blocking his hand. But
gonna go for it.
it also gets another blitzer into the front line, right? That's
Yep.
something to say, you know. It's not just
Oh,
about the card that it generates, a 3/4
oh,
to the front
15th
line, yeah.
engineers.
But it
Just
just
play it.
it just buffed up his own 15th, which is going to take him into the stratosphere money-wise. He
4
still can
credits
do a
plus 4 attack.
pin kill afterwards on the
Yep.
3/4 or the 5/4.
You gotta do this 15th engineers, and you have the we can do it for subsequent turns. Plus 4 credits goes up to 11k and a whole bunch of attack damage. Now has to just decide how they want to take these turns. I don't want to see units being sacrificed here because we're going to go for the we can do it. I could see an argument for sacrificing the fighter, but I think I would have preferred to utilize the pins instead. Especially because what are you doing with this 1 credit? It's not a particularly good turn to spend 1k pinning something.
Yeah,
When you
I
have
think
that
you
we
have
can
to
do
now
it.
though, since you have I don't understand why you wouldn't pin the 3/5 there or the 3/4, but yeah, now we're just gonna hope for some real swell Calliope turns. We got 2 shots at it. We got 106s to make up anything that doesn't go our way.
I would have been tempted to target the HQ just so that you are more likely to kill both of them, but it's a very small thing, and I'm not even sure what's more optimal. It's just something I'm always.
I think that is more optimal, right? Because you have 66% chance then of it going where you want it, because you don't want it to go to HQ, right? So you have a
Yeah,
50% bad outcome against a 33% bad outcome. So I think you are correct, straight up objective.
I
But
think
I'm
it's
not
gotta
I'm not a
be.
math guy. I'm a play by vibes guy, baby.
You gotta go Ann into we can do it, surely. And it's a perfect turn for the desperate measures because you don't actually lose a credit slot. You cap out at 12 credit slots anyway, so playing the we can the desperate measures this turn is no downside. So I want to
Yeah.
see
The
Ann.
downs
We can
the
do it.
downside is that nothing on his board has 2 health.
Yeah, but they'll
And it's
die
just
to the
not
Ann
that
attack.
helpful. Yeah, yeah. We'll prime something for a nice trade. We can do it. We'll keep Anne
Oh, never
healthy and
mind.
functional.
For freedom, you don't need to play the desperate measures to kill this artillery anymore. Therefore, freedom gets it done for you. And Hachi desperately needs the front line 3 of these expansions. And look, they're so desperate for the front line, they're gonna pin both of these
In the
106.
back line, yeah.
Yeah, they just want the
Very,
front line.
very interesting and probably a great play. 77th, though, is gonna muck that up a bit for Hachi. Oh, and that's again that +2/+2 from Surging Power. I don't think we've seen any other Surging Power.
I think the Tiger
if
Cat might, but it might also be a Sullivan. So Tiger Cat, I believe, has some bonus stats. I'm just not sure where those bonus stats are actually
imagine if
from.
Tiger Cat caught the +4. Oof. Oof.
Or a Calliope, where you the giant artillery piece. Now, slightly awkward because I don't believe there's much you can do. Oh, I would have been more tempted to take out the Calliope and instead pin this unit in the front line. I don't hate this route either. I just slightly more tempted to kill Calliope. Play it a little bit slower. Because then you can 106 this unit in the front line.
Hachiman's still not able to get this. Oh
Oh,
my.
15th Engineers is huge!
Oh my. Yeah.
And that's just going to be
That's
+4,
very close to
+4.
game. 6 and 5 is not 13, so
You need a
gotta
Shinano.
do it next turn. Yeah.
Gotta be Shinano. You're dead without a Shinano.
Surely we kill the bomber. We're never
got
letting Anne live, and then surely we're just dumping the rest into face.
Really debating it. I mean, 11 damage to face just means these 106 destruction effects will end the game for you.
That's true, but this game is basically it's basically every no matter what. I mean, he doesn't know that Hachiman is sitting on 3 useless expansions.
Yeah, not being able to trigger these has
That's what's
been
really got this sewn
yeah.
up into being a non-factor is the fact that his hand is just expansions.
Oh, you know what would be good though for Hachi is an overpower because they could overpower their own
Yeah.
106 and clear the board. So overpower. I mean, if you kill this bomber, an overpower can get Hachi out of here. If you go face, then I believe the game is wrapped up because of the 106 destruction effects. I would have liked to see the face damage. They're not going to find it, however. They do get one more look. And can they buy time with this? Surely not. 77 spawns in a guard. 106 takes out a unit in the backline, but the issue is, with these two 106 now in hand, you can take out this guard and... Oh, sorry, you can ping face twice. You had to pin the unit in the front line.
Yeah, I had to pin the unit in the front line. Pinning the unit in the back line really afforded you nothing. Wasn't a threat yet. I'm not really sure about that one, but
No, you had
again,
the potential to crawl out of this. It was very unlikely, but you had the potential.
yeah, Hachi was really pushed up against the wall.
Yeah.
Really great start for 259, right? That's exactly what they wanted to see in their first match, setting the tone for the set. They now get to play from the front and really think about their 2 decks and where they line up well. And they know that, like, again, Hachi is the one with the sort of more, I don't want to say unconventional, right? Because a big Soviet control deck is certainly very much of convention, but the more out of convention deck within this tournament bracket.
I also think Hachi put up such a strong fight that game, considering they were on the back foot for most of it. And it's got to be slightly intimidating that even when you win, it's that close. However, Hachi dethroned, as to say, as they have their second game. That's only their
Second game lost
they've
on the
lost.
bracket. Yeah.
Pretty slow start here for 259. However, Hachi not having much of a quicker one. You don't want to play cavalry into the front line. What you used to do is you used to play cavalry and keep it back in the support line. But now 106 is way too popular since this card's come out, so you can't even do that anymore. So you just have to pass turn 1. And we see possibly the story of the tournament, the 106th versus the 106. This card is everywhere right now.
Yeah, it's honestly warped this tournament meta far more than Buffs has, I believe, even though there are, well, there's a lot of, I believe there are some Japanese side nation decks that are bringing a full complement of 106s, so quite like Buffs, it's ever present in its own nation and even as a package to bring outside.
I mean, it's so powerful. There's a 1 damage to anything. It's so versatile. It can hit HQ. It can be used in conjunction with like Calliopes to help finish off units. It can be used to basically prevent early game plays. We saw Hachi passing turn 1 because the fear of this 106 was too great. You can't afford to lose these units into it so easily. So it has really been affecting the way people are even approaching these games and the routes they take with the expectation that this will be in hand.
Yeah, a big float of 2 for 259. That's how uncomfortable his turns are at the moment. Sitting on the set lead, though. Hachi's got some good plays, but they're good plays soon, not good plays now.
It's slightly awkward. Able to get a 106 into the front line is nice, but...
Yeah, especially going second.
Just
Going
a little bit
second
awkward
in the
still.
Japan mirror. 259 gonna be able to take the front line back.
I mean, normally this AA gun would be such a big threat, right? But without the board control, this tank is just going to roll up and trade away with it. Considering going for the suppression just to stop this reoccurring unit. And it's honestly not a bad call, and if you're going to do it, you're better off doing it sooner rather than later.
Yep, chooses to get it done, lays his own. Unfortunately, Tankette has been buffed, so you're going to lose the buff wagon, I would assume here.
Yeah, it does seem likely. You can even go for a Sullivan's just to make sure that you're getting a nice easy value trade. But when the expansion, actually he's finally able to play these
Rips that,
expansions.
yeah, immediately. And Sasebo's Constellation Prize, pretty nice.
So it's Type 94, but there's an argument to keeping it back so your opponent doesn't know you have this double surprise attack.
Yeah, which is what I always prefer. It's obviously nice to get it online, right? 0 op cost, it is a tank, so it's got some good battlefield uses that you can get into early, but then they know you're sitting on the double pin, so you're sitting on a 2 cost absolute target kill.
AA gun going to come down and
Kind of be a big deal here with Seahawk in hand for Hachi.
yeah, I mean you can go 106 and try and get the Shinano ping off it, but it is a little bit awkward. You can also go for the Type 94 TK and double surprise attack, but you really do not want to be doing that.
Yeah, that's not what those were brought for. They were brought. That's ammunition brought for a much bigger target.
I mean, and there's a big difference in resource at the moment. 259 having a very small and empty hand, but they will draw from this artillery dying, and they also have the 106 recurring, so not as dire resource-wise as things look, and able to take out the artillery is very nice, and obviously D+1/+1 for playing a Navy card going to that 5th. I'd be tempted not to. Do you if you trade, you turn off expansion, but if you trade, you also sacrifice this unit dying to the ping effect. And the temptation to wait is that you're playing Yorktown probably next turn.
Panzergren actually is huge here, putting it in the front line to not like it's a 3-4 is sort of a big body at this stage of the game in the front line, can really hamper what Hachiman wants to do. Sitting on Yorktown, they are likely just thinking all I need to do is use my 0 op cost stuff to clear the front line and I can Yorktown, which will be a huge swing board-wise, tempo-wise. This really clogs that up.
It really helps as well with the issue of value on 259 side, because they do have a lower value board. But just going to see the 15th come down. I actually like this. Don't be greedy with these cards. Just get stuff out of them when you can. And the bonus ramp, like you say, it's going to allow them to combo off with the other Yorktown, and the other 15th Engineers.
And this is pretty nice here for 259. They can sort of get out of trouble, and that combined arms Panzer 35T is looking even nicer. Oh, no, we're going to go ahead and just take that now.
I mean, they might not. You don't have to combine arms it this turn, right? You can just play it a little bit slower.
Yeah, I'm not sure what 256 gets you. I think I would have liked the Henschel play and getting that fighter online.
I think so too. The downside is the desperate measures.
I was going to say, he doesn't know it's in hand, but yeah,
we
it would have
don't know
been.
It's there.
Certainly would have been annoying.
I mean, if you're going to go for this play, I think... Okay, that's fair enough. I don't hate this. It's slightly awkward, but I don't completely hate it. The issue is you see these double surprise attacks already in hand for Hachi, so Hachi can actually just clear this pretty much for free.
That might be the goal as well. 259 thinking if he can get him to clear those on the 35T, then he can put the Henschel out.
You know, if Hachi waits until able to play Yorktown and 15th Engineers in a single turn, they can play around this overpower, because the overpower can only target units of 2 or less attack. So if you give all your Brewsters an extra point of attack damage, then they are out of range of this overpower. So I'd really like to see waiting for that before playing this Yorktown.
And like we said, if Hachi chooses to bust the surprise attacks here, then Henschel combined with the buff wagon will be a very convenient response to the. Yeah, so now it's going to be a very convenient response to the Seahawk, and Hachiman is going to be very limited in his responses to the Henschel.
I mean, it's going to have to be this Seahawk combo. No, you have to go for the Type 90.
Got to put buff wagon down first if you want to
buff
do that.
wagon. Thinking about it. Thinking about
Buff wagon, of course, putting Henschel to 5. Henschel
Seahawk
does not
is
get a bonus for non-ground units. Only gets a bonus for ground units.
You have to deal with the Seahawk, but you have to play Type 93 or use Overpower. You can't do it without the buff wagon. You cannot. No way, you're leaving that alive.
It
That
just
is
says, you
crazy
know,
to me.
I think that it is crazy as well, but perhaps saying that, like, if I can avoid the -1s really coming into play by doing a bunch of trades where it's not relevant, then I can ignore your plane that's not that impressive.
It gives the value trade as
But
well to Hachi. You've got 2 life and 2 HP
yeah,
left in this unit.
neither of us like it. I'm sort of grasping, but
No, it's okay. We have perfect information, which the players don't. So it's very difficult to make these calls.
Incredible desperate measures.
It really is.
And that really looks like it is going to turn this for Hachi's going to draw off it as well. Now we can buff wagon.
See the full prosperity.
Now we can buff wagon Henschel. Oh, overpower to.
I mean, I don't want to see overpower on this.
Yeah, I want to just see buff wagon Henschel.
Yeah, I don't hate overpower on these Japanese guys because you take out 2 of them. And you're not going to get the Yorktowns anyway because they're going to have too much attack damage.
And if you combo this with buff wagon Henschel, now we almost a board clear, very close.
And with 14 HP, you're not actually
threatening a 2-turn clock. Yeah, it's a 2-turn clock with Henschel.
And is it just going to be the Wombo combo? The issue with this Wombo combo is if desperate measures come out, you might just lose on the spot. So
Yeah,
no,
you did just see them.
slower.
Yeah, you did just see them use the overpower. As you said, if you combine the true Wombo combo, they will be buffed out of overpower range. But it is also nice just to see, right? But even so, just nice to see that card leave the board and that can destroy all the copies of a unit.
Ooh. Now we have a second Yorktown. Maybe we go.
So I gotta imagine you buff it or bust a Yorktown here.
Yeah, I think so too. But I could also see piling Japanese units onto the board and going for a 4 prosperity. We can get a 77th in the front line. We can get a 15th cav in the front line and pop a 4 prosperity. We could also use this shock unit as well. There's a lot of options here.
My thought would be to get the Yorktown down now, and then what you kind of do is on the sly, you're getting that 4 prosperity ready because they don't have time to answer the Japanese units that are coming out behind all these boosters.
I think if you're going this route and you don't find the pin, you're feeling pretty sad. But being able to find the pin makes this a lot nicer. Just taking
certainly
7
changes the calculus. Yep.
Yeah, taking 7 to the HQ is not something you can really afford to be doing.
Kian's actually kind of nice for the front line here.
It does hit for 3, so you are able to use it in conjunction with 106. You can go 106, hit the enemy's 106, go for the 35T and trade away with the infantry, and then you can use the AND to kill the other 106. So you can clear the front line.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking as well. Of course, tank and fighter in the back line, so
yeah,
a lot of mobility for Hachi. Not necessarily worried about the front line at this exact moment. And if anything, you're probably ensuring the Yorktowns are coming down next turn, but you're going to have to work through them.
Maybe there's a desperate measures on top of that deck.
Yeah.
Gonna have to make a choice. No, decides to keep the AN back. And Here it comes, surely now. We could even see a 15th Cavalry into the front line. I'd rather just get an attack off with this big fighter. We can... Oh no, you don't need the 15th Cav, just... saving it still. Such patience.
Yeah, too much patience, I think, for my money, but don't think there'll be any punishment for it in store here with
Puts away the other Yorktown.
what
Must be
259's looking like.
you must be so convinced that that's the desperate measure. Oh no, well you can see it now. You just got an intel on it, so it knows that it's a Nan. I mean, the Type 93. Hold on, Type 93 plus 15th going to be a huge amount of damage. And presumably now knowing that there's not a desperate measures, feels comfortable throwing out these 15th engineers.
Basically had to top deck it, or this
And
was going to be over.
This really looks like Hachi is going to be taking this one. I don't see what cards can really pull 259 out of this situation. And the weak arm meet and the strong eat. And right now, Hachi is looking very strong.
259 looking quite famished. And there we get our big Yorktown. We get our big Yorktown.
Finally, the Yorktown comes out, and 259 will scoop it up, and it's 1-1. Both players able to get a win.
Yeah,
US Japan.
This final set shaping up to perhaps go the distance.
259 getting a win, and Japan for Hachi are getting a win. So now we see Japan and Germany left for 259, Soviet and USA left for Hachi. So we see the inverse mirror, and then we see control, and we see aggro. We are going to see the inverse mirror. Oh, sorry, it's USA buffs, not USA Japan. So it's US buffs up against Japan USA. Both decks somewhat similar in play style.
Mirrors already show the inverse, don't they? Not the inverse, but they flip it around.
That depends. I've seen some pretty wacky mirrors in some of those places.
It's because you live at a carnival. Really nice. Got his War Machine. I believe that is it Hachiman that's running the one of War Machine, or is he running a full stack?
Oh, that's a good question. Let me check for you. I was looking at one of those mirrors, and you know, I looked large, I would say. And then the doctor told me it was just a regular mirror. US Brit buffs, 2 War Machines.
2 War Machines, so certainly not quite the same as finding the one-off, but still relatively rare for the deck. Finding it in the best possible zone.
Twice as likely. Also, I'd like to point out
of 106s already.
Both our players showing off bling today. Hachi having a golden Japanese deck in the last one, and now look at this: the Peacemaker Revolver versus the Watch. Some serious bling from both of our players.
Yeah, not quite as cool as the double revolver before, but the variety is nice.
Yes. Everyone has been to the antique store, and now this match is turning out very interesting. I'd be tempted just to keep throwing down these 106, right?
And yeah, I mean, I don't really know what else you can do.
Yeah, you have this double Type 94 TK, so you can always kill a super buffed up unit. I'm so scared if I'm 259 here of a big 3 next turn, just crushing the board.
Yeah, very nice to see for 259 from our perspective that is not the case unless it's top decked. But always having to play around it.
Such an awkward turn.
Yeah, really not much to play if you want to play around anything anyway. Oh, we're going to do both. We're going to show them all the cards.
This has got to be a strat bombing, surely.
Yeah, playing type 93 there, I don't know if I agree with. It's not like you want to get it online for an attack next turn. You really want to get it down for a buff that you can
Yeah.
utilize when you're putting it down. I would have almost even rather saved the credit personally.
No, I think I agree. I think I'd have rather not used the credit. I mean, if you really want to, you can use suppression, but I think just float the 1. Because now we see the strat bomb coming out, and it's going to be a huge punish. See the duress as well, so you don't even get the recursion effects.
Yeah, really using a lot of value, a lot of board space. Really, the only thing 259's got going for him is the low amount of cards in Hachiman's hand.
Yeah.
But that isn't really a problem when Frontier Force is going to generate him another unit, and that US unit is going to generate him an order.
I'd be tempted by the German Sherman, the 20 Panzer Grenadier. You know, it's just
certainly just nice curve out, put some solid stuff in your hand.
Yeah.
Otherwise, here we're gonna go what, double 106 and a cav, which doesn't feel good at all.
No, and occupying the front line with a cav feels so useless. It doesn't even stop like a Yorktown or something. The Yorktown will still, they'll just kill your cav and push up. So I just don't see what other, you got to go
Nice.
for it.
259 kind of weighs out all the options and looks at the scale and says none of these are really up to measure over the just throw down big unit.
Are we going to see a massive unity, or are we going to see a we can do it for the value? I think we can do it is the correct call, absolutely, especially when there's suppression lurking about.
A large
With the
Calliope
AA gun, this could be a
is
huge
quite
tank.
annoying. This is going to be a huge tank. Both players able to sort of get the most value out of what they are trying to do. Hachi already with a board lead. Feels like
Is
he's
there
going
any
to
value?
maximize more space.
Is there any value in getting a +1/+1 on that tank from the AA gun? I don't think there is. They're just getting the 4/4. I mean, what changes from 4/4 to 5/5? I guess it can kill this Frontier Force, but that doesn't really matter. And I'm going to use the suppression. I'd have almost said keep the 15th Cavalry back, because now you're already going to expect the Frontier Force trade, and you've just made it even nicer.
Yeah, Frontier Force now just going to spend 2 credits, take out 2 units.
You could even we can do it first. Put him back up to 8 HP. He won't even die in the trade. Then you can get a 3/7 in the front line, and that has to be game ending.
Yeah, I like that line a lot. Even if you want to be greedier with your we can do it, you can instead try to do that next turn in Frontier Force, but this is the superior line, I would agree. Even more draw for your cause.
259 has basically nothing available. Surely you're going to take out the Frontier Force and put down the AA gun to try and generate some draw, but it's just so little. It's just nothing to hatch.
Yeah, just so little, so late.
And Big 3 actually quite good here. Surely go Frontier Force into Big 3 and you super buff this guy in the front line to oblivion. You got it. It's +3/+3, and then you can hit face for 6.
I was gonna say you have 1 credit left afterwards to attack with.
Look at the size of this guy. 6 attack, 10 defense. He's as big as they come. You have to sacrifice a 106. You have to play Type 93 and sacrifice a 106 to then clear space for the Type 94 pin.
Feels bad, man. 259 straight up not having a good time.
Yeah, it does feel bad.
Unfortunately, no matter how long he stares at this board,
It's not going away.
A better option will not become visible. It is always worth it to really Finkenstein out every last detail.
I mean, I wonder, are you attacking the boss to stop the damage? It doesn't really do anything. Are you attacking the frontier force because it's coming, or are you just trying to deal with this guy in the front line? There's problems on all sides.
It's surrounded on all sides.
And just going to scoop it up. Says, I can't come back from this one, and the US will take the win. Hachi gets a 2-1 lead and just has to win a single game on the Soviet deck. They will have 2 opportunities to do so. It'll be Soviet Control versus Japan USA mid-rangey aggro, and then Soviet Control against Germany Finn Hines. So I think Hachi is highly likely to be able to win one of these 2 matches. But these Soviet control decks, they can dud a
Fickle
little bit.
mistresses.
Yeah, they can dud, and you can if you don't have control of the front line, you can just lose the game. It doesn't matter which deck you're up against. And so we're going to see 259
go right for the Hines, which I think is a good call. Just doing his absolute best to make sure that the last match was not the penultimate match.
These buzz bombs, they're good, but you kind of want to draw them after you've played front and homeland. But I suppose that's true for every card in your deck.
And to have them all as front and homies. Where are reinforcements calling out for him as the match starts? Got some nice panzers going right in the beginning. As you said, of course, they're great when they're free, but they've been, the maybe longest surviving 1-drop in the game's history at this point, as far as relevancy.
Yeah, I think up there with things like 15th Cavalry. That card has never seemed to be irrelevant. I mean, maybe you could make an argument that during the Japan Intel days, that it was, in Japan Poland, it wasn't as relevant. But even then, people were still playing aggro. Do you go for the Arado before the suppression? I would say yes, because you're likely to have more units than Hachi throughout a majority of the game.
Yeah, it's certainly not draw the same way, right? It's not it's untargeted draw, but you can't let
an argument could be made.
Stay.
You've got your Enigma in hand. The targeted draw might draw you front and homeland, which you're drawing anyway next turn. So an argument could be made that the untargeted draw is slightly superior.
Yeah, I like that. I would agree with that.
Are you really going to let
a draw tank?
Surely you can't let this.
Yeah, this Samua live, do its job, do its deeds. I keep wanting to call it the Danta. Love the Danta as well as the 3-cost tank.
Is it the Danta? I thought it was the Nuta. Have I been saying it wrong?
No, I'm sure I'm saying it wrong. Look at me. Oh, and there's the front and homeland draw right before turn 4. Exactly what we went over. Unfortunate. It was bound to happen anyway.
I think my favorite. I mean, the Sturmey's a good one, but Semivente. You notice all of the ally nations have like
a 3-cost jewel.
Yeah. Put the Nuta, Semivente, Samoa, and Sturmey in a ring and see which one makes it out.
Yeah, that to hell with your gigantic tanks. I'm about 3-cost tank supremacy.
It's the perfect curve. Look, France even has this tank with wings with the block. Flying tanks.
Thinking out the turn here. Couple of options. Getting Kirk's online last turn was certainly nice. That unit is a big old boy. Getting him into the front line here against any kind of Hines with that ambush could be great. I would have done that opposite personally.
Fair enough. I can't. I can't hate on doing it opposite. I think there's always a temptation to get the value out of that shock attack, but ambush is very powerful. We also now see the fact that 259 is going to be drawing a lot of cards. So adding resistance is fairly valuable just due to the number of cards being drawn. The downside is the HQ gain is meaningless at the moment. You're going to win or lose much before your HQ has been destroyed. We're going to go for it anyway. I do like this, getting the resistance in the deck. You can also go for another trade with the Samoa, as well as finally getting this ambush unit in the front line.
Enigma, not a good draw.
No, it is not. Like to see a Jaeger trade here. And just keep cycling. Once you've played this front and homeland, you really just need to draw cards as quickly as possible.
Yeah, maximize the amount of times that you're essentially getting a buff, right? It's a buff on cost, but like your ability to you're saving one, so now it's about the amount of times you can save one. So that means drawing more, that means playing more.
That's the exposed. Exposed is waiting in hand. It's been so good.
Yeah, gonna be another perfect 5 damage.
I mean, I have been a fan of this exposed. It's just been such a good tech card.
Yeah,
Now
you'd be surprised how many incredible units are incredible for no combat keywords.
Yeah, I mean, deployment not...
doesn't count. Yeah.
Hold on. Purposely not drawing a card. Is that the Enigma play around? He played the block second, but he seemed to do it intentionally. It very much seemed intentional.
Yeah,
he went to play the
I
block.
think so too. So let's go with that. That makes the most sense, certainly. All right, so now we've got some free cards here.
Yeah.
We've got some free buffs for our free cards.
It doesn't matter how many times you hover over it. You need more than 4 health for the ambush trade.
And Svard will get us there, just there. Not the cleanest Kirk kill, but it's very hard to kill Kirk's clean.
Save that SD, right? Because you might get something to give it blitz. And otherwise it's just going to get taken away. But look at this. The board is about to get deleted for the first time.
Full board clear, nice strategic focus. Oh, and just to rub it in his grief, drawing the Greif.
I don't know how
Turpits will be helpful.
I don't know how he can go on after that one.
Turpits will be quite helpful here to slow Hachiman down and allow 259 to maybe hand dump and get a nice Enigma play. Obviously, Hachiman cannot hand dump any of these units this turn, hopefully ensuring some nice Enigma draw, and that's going to be 259's only way to get back into this championship. Betting it all on Hines.
Yeah, and I mean, you're going to better play the Enigma, and you do have a second one, of course. So, certainly not out of it yet. There's the resistance.
There's the resistance rearing their ugly head. This is still nice here, though. We do have, we have Blitz. We have a little bit of buff. We're getting some face damage in. We've got to go fast. We've got to, second Enigma, again, like you said, is in hand, so that's super helpful. Allows us to hand dump again.
Check your 6 Monster with exactly 8 credits, despite the 2 credit reduction, and it's going to blow up the board. There will be one more opportunity with this Enigma, however.
Full board wipe for Hines. That's such a bad draw. Gonna block the hand. Breakthrough Hipper.
It just keeps getting worse.
Draw tank into draw tank into draw infantry, but infantry not drawing until something dies. Really unfortunate case here, and this might be exactly what Hachiman needs to sew this up. Only 13 health, but starting to look like he's got plenty of tools. Salesia is going to allow some draw.
We have suppression, and Hipper. Is it possible 259 can just bypass everything? I mean, how many turns of bypassing can have to.
Down to only one tank
Call to
now, so it's
colonies.
getting even more complicated. That's not going to be helpful. Buzz Bomb is
No,
helpful.
I want to see suppression and attacking with this tank before the buzz bomb, because otherwise you're going to draw resistance and get both your tank pinned.
Yep. That is certainly the new
What? He moved
way
it
to
up
do
and
it.
then
Yeah,
it's
he's
the worst of both worlds.
breakthrough after would have saved some. Not that it would have mattered.
Now we see you're going to have to start dealing with this board still. I think it's going to have to be. I really do want to see Call to the Colonies coming out with some healing. I think it's important to give yourself that buffer.
Yeah,
Don't allow
absolutely.
yourself to
Hachi
get
can
burnt
taste
out.
this championship right here. He just needs to not let it fall through his fingers. Yeah, 8 health plus some health off of the infantry. And Sfard just we're not getting our orders at
Gotta be
optimum
game, right?
times.
Yeah, I don't see any way with this deck size. There's just not the cards left to even draw. If you had a bigger deck,
Yeah,
you could
very
maybe
little
turbo
left
draw
in
for lethal.
259's deck.
Oh, and with the Kirk and the KV,
Only
it's gonna
2
force out
left.
double suppression can come out to prevent both the guards, but you're gonna have a hard time then dealing. Only 2 cards left, and I believe one of those is a resistance.
Yeah, I believe it is. So yes, this is unfortunately quite over. We can sort of already start the congratulations here to a very wonderful tournament played by Hachiman. Yeah, target
It
draw
pins
on
the
the
tank.
resistance, pinning his only unit. You might as well just suppress your HQ, buddy. A really, really nice tournament for Hachiman, only losing 2 games tournament wide. An absolute victory march. Congratulations. And a really nice tournament from 259. Do not want to take anything away from a really great performance. Really awesome silver medal. DHH with a really awesome bronze medal. But as we said, Hachiman with an absolute march to gold.
No,
Really,
yeah,
really
an
awesome
absolute
stuff.
amazing match. Just give me one moment. I appear to be having some technical issues.
Oh, Bubbles has actually been thrown to the Shadow Realm, which he
I
may
have
never
been.
recover
I have
from.
been,
So
unfortunately. It's
that is unfortunate, but not unfortunate for our champion Hachiman. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket he was able to overcome. Quite the field this quarter here for our spring tournament. Some new names making their way on to the playing field. Some really, really interesting decks as well. We saw T34 Tribal really make a play. We saw some Burn come into play with a really interesting Roma play.
oh
Exact
yeah,
Roma
we saw
Lethal
some
was a
really
lot of fun.
interesting.
And then, like we said, our bracket here, Hachiman, our spring tournament champion. And as we said, only going down in a game twice. 2-3-1 sets and the 3-0 set in between them. Really, really, really nice stuff.
No, yeah, absolutely well played by Hachi. They killed it throughout the whole tournament, and they've just been so decisive, both in just the overall series, but how they played the individual matches. And I believe that it's going to be all from us today. So thank you so much. I believe they have secured themselves by winning this tournament a spot in the next Worlds. I believe that is how that works. So congratulations to Hachi. I'm looking forward to seeing their performance in Worlds and seeing what decks they brew up for us in that tournament. Obviously, cards may be looking very different at that point, as it is still a way away. But thank you to all our players. Thank you to our casters. Thank you, Ben, Birdo, and Bear. Thank you to production behind the scenes who are dealing with the casters' various technical difficulties throughout the tournament. And especially thank you to you all at home watching. We really appreciate your support. And yeah, that's all from us.